Okay, so most people, but I would like to say all of them, all of these people who break their vows, believe in themselves that they have the right to do so. And all of them still love each other, but they cannot live with each other. So I'm confused. They still love each other, but they refuse to live with each other. So there's some confusion with that. Excuse me. So love does not keep marriage together. I'd like to repeat. Love does not keep marriage together. So it does not mean that your marriage will be stronger if you love each other. No, that's not the bond that keeps the relationship stronger or longer. They always tell us that normal lang sa mag-asawang nag-aaway. They always tell us that fighting is normal. I will prove it to you all throughout the session that fighting with your spouse is abnormal. May privacy dapat ang isa't isa sa mag-asawa. They are telling us that every spouse should have privacy. I will tell you that this should not be the case. You should not have a privacy from each other. The only privacy that I know for spouses is the privacy that you need when you are in the comfort room. So I will prove it to you also during the session that you don't need private matters when you are already married. Okay? You don't need to keep private things from your spouse. Karapatan mo din lumigaya, girl. Mahalin mo rin sarili mo. In English, if there are wives complaining about their husbands, of course, the same gender will boost their confidence by telling the woman that it is your right to be happy. So love yourself first. I will prove it to you that this should not be the case because you have, maybe the wife failed to do something before getting married. And what is that? I will tell you later on. Hindi mo kailangan paalam lagi sa husband mo, girl, sa mga gagawin mo. You don't need to get consent from your husband for everything that you will do. This is the teachings of the world. And this is opposite to the design of marriage. Number 7, you will be stupid if you stay in the relationship. You will only be stupid if you continue to stay in a toxic relationship. I will prove it to you later on also that staying in a toxic relationship does not mean getting out. Or if you decide to get out of a toxic relationship, that means you're not solving the problem. Number 8, isang beses lang naman ako magtataksil, hingi na lang ako ng tawad pagkatapos. Ang Diyos nga ay nagpapatawad. In English, I will just I will be infidel just once. I will just ask for forgiveness later on because even God forgives. Okay, this is one of the wrong mentality that the world has created for every individual. Pera ko ay pera ko lang, pera mo ay pera ko din. This is the common habit or the habits of the woman, which is natural amongst them, which is not their creation. They did not create that. They have no control over that feeling. And that only activates when they get married. Now, whatever is yours, Stephen, is Joanne's property. It's also Joanne's. Whatever Joanne's property is hers alone. Okay? That is the common feeling of every woman the moment they got married. And number 10, not all marriages are made in heaven. So I will prove that to you that marriages are originally made in heaven. And another mindset that most people have is the confusion as to who really is the foundation inside the marriage. Is it the male or the female? So in our past counseling sessions, most participants will answer both. Majority of them answers both. Only a few people will answer the male. and it and I have not seen any male in the participants answering the female to be the foundation. If a husband or if a soon to be husband answer that way, the woman is in danger because of his different mindset. Okay, I've got this from Google, and if you will see, the people in the pictures are all black. I cannot find a picture that contains Asians or Filipinos. But this is the concept of most countries, most democratic countries, that if they have strong families, which is the foundation, they can have a great nation. That's what they believe. Why? Because behavioral scientists have already proven that 99% of social ills emanated from the families. They all emanated from the families. If we have neglected children, they are exposed to different problems in the society. Even the US conducted a study as reported in the website fathers.com. You can check that out. Fathers.com website tells us that because of the divorce that they have in the US, the neglected children are the ones to get involved at the early age in crime, in poverty. Also, when they experience poverty, they commit crimes because behavioral scientists also tells us that the motivation of every human being in committing wrongdoings are all because of the three basic needs of man. What are those? The food, water, clothing. Everything that we do is motivated by these three areas: to have food, to have water, and to have clothing. When when the individual becomes an adult, sex is added to the list, okay? To the list of motivation, the factors that motivate people to do whatever it is based on those three sources, like the food, water, shelter, and sex. Now, even this country, the Philippines, considered the family as the foundation of the nation. As stated in Section 1, the state recognizes the Filipino family as the foundation of the nation. And that also confirms that when the family is stronger in a community with another family stronger also, the community we will have a stronger community. And if more communities will be like that, it will be comprised of a nation, then you will have a stronger nation in the process. So Article 149 also in the Family Code says, the family, being the foundation of the nation, is a basic social institution which public policy cherishes and protects. It only means that whenever policy the government will make, it should be aligned to the principle of preservation of the family. Socrates, if you know this guy, is a Greek philosopher. Most of our terminologies are from Greeks. Most of our principles, the ideologies, the philosophies, all came from Greeks. They are the thinkers. These people, this civilization, the Greek, are the thinkers. So if you study history, the Greek was invaded by the Romans, by the Roman Empire. And they destroyed everything in Greece, except for one thing. Did you know what it is, Stephen? Do you have any idea?
What the Greek didn't know? You mean about God?
No.
Christ Jesus?
When the Romans invaded Greece, they destroyed everything except for one thing.
They still kept their gods. They just changed the name, like Zeus became Jupiter. They still did gladiatorial games, combat.
Yeah, but that's the content of their libraries. The Roman Empire,
Their wisdom, their knowledge is
yeah,
still
yeah,
there.
yes, they did not destroy the libraries
Oh, yeah.
of the Greeks. So the Roman Empire was the greatest military this world has ever had in our history. The Roman Empire conquered the world, and they met Jesus in Jerusalem and they introduced Christianity to us. Okay? So Socrates said that the beginning of wisdom is a definition of terms. So the more we define the word, the more we will understand the meaning of it. The more we understand the meaning of the word, the more we will be able to do or perform what is required in the word. So let's define family. According to the Wikipedia, in human society, family is from the Latin word familia. It's a group of people related either by consanguinity, by recognized birth, or affinity, by blood. It also tells us that in most societies, it is within the families that children acquire socialization for life outside the family. Ibig sabihin, or in other words, before a person should socialize outside, he should learn the basics before dealing or going outside to socialize. No, it is the character of the person should be molded first inside the family. Additionally, as the basic unit for meeting the basic needs of its members, it provides a sense of boundaries for performing tasks in a safe environment. Ideally builds a person into a functional adult. This is what I like about the definition. So I put it in red. It says the family ideally builds a person. It should be ideal for a person to be developed into a functional adult inside the family.
Mm-hmm.
So what does it mean to be functional?
Functional adult.
Yeah. Of course, if you are a functional adult, you are provided with everything that you need. What are those?
Mm-hmm.
Just like the study of Maslow, Abraham Maslow. If you had the chance to check that, Joanne, did you have the chance to check that out? Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of
Needs.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
hierarchy of needs.
Yeah.
If all of those items mentioned in that hierarchy of needs,
Mm-hmm.
the person
becomes
can,
actualized.
can be functional. Okay? So what does it mean to be dysfunctional? It only means the needs are not provided. Okay? And the person will go out of the house, meet people
Mhm.
with a dysfunctional attitude. Okay?
Mm.
Purpose of the family is to maintain the well-being of its members and of society. And we cannot deny this is true definition of a family. To maintain. So what does it mean to be not maintained as well? We will have a dysfunctional adult or children on the streets.
Mhm.
So as family is being considered as the foundation, let's define foundation this time. It's an underlying base or support, especially the whole masonry substructure of a building, according to Merriam-Webster. It's a body or ground upon which something is built up or overlaid. And if you talk to all the engineers, if you know some engineers, if you ask them how the budget is distributed in a construction project, most of the budget or the bulk of all construction budget is allotted to the foundation.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's as simply as if you have a weak foundation, however expensive the building is, you know what will happen to the building.
Mhm. Yep.
So what's the status of our foundation now? Since Christianity was introduced to us over 2,000 years ago, this is the status. Divorce rates by country, 2022. You will find this in Google also, worldpopulationreview.com. The colors are also provided down below. This is a screenshot. Down below is the number of divorces per 1,000 population. Can you see it on the slide?
No,
Some of it.
there's
Okay,
that black something. Okay, now I can see it.
I can
Yeah.
see it better.
Okay.
Pastor Tim Keller actually talked about this. The divorce rate across the around the world, it depends because you're doing like different age brackets. Let's say somebody got married and they were 14 years old,
Yeah.
divorce rate really high. Let's say they got married, they're 30 years old, divorce rate is low. You have people that are married, but they are not Christian. They don't
Mhm.
have religious faith.
Yeah.
Their divorce rate is high. You have somebody
Mhm.
that is Christian, their divorce rate is low. Education, some people did not even go to high school, they dropped out. Those that have a higher education tend to have a more stable marriage. So Pastor Tim Keller was saying when you hear the divorce rate being, let's say, 55% or 60% or whatever the percentage is, it's everything's being combined. It's not being broken down. But when you break things down, among educated Christians, 30 years old or higher, divorce rate is extremely low.
Okay. So in other words, the divorce rate among Christians are low. Is that what you're saying?
It depends.
It
Like I
depends.
said, if you had a Christian and they're 16 years old
Mhm.
and they may or may not have graduated high school, their divorce rate is still going to be high. It's going to be same as the world. Is their faith in God an actual faith in God, or are they just going to church? They're just doing works. They don't really
Okay.
have a personal relationship with Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, then their divorce rate, whether you're a Christian, Muslim, Jewish, your divorce rate is still going to be high.
Okay.
Mm.
I have read in one study also that people who are married, especially when they are Christians, because majority population of the world composed of Christians.
But it
Uh,
depends. Some people go to church and they say, hey, I'm Christian. No,
hmm,
going to church is not being Christian. But they are on a statistic or a survey, they would check box Christian, but their life does not show that they are a Christian.
Yeah, but probably in terms of getting it, I mean, how the world label everything, like this one, like what Angelo is showing us. It's like a divorce rates by country. So it's like, yeah, it's just a study. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I agree with Stephen as well that it really varies, because people can claim that we are Christians, or like, oh, United States has a high rate of divorce, Philippines does not have. But we can see that it doesn't matter whether the divorce rate is big or not. It's actually the quality of the relationship of each family at home, right?
Okay. I'm including the Christianity in this issue of divorce
Mm-hmm.
because only Jesus Christ got the solution to solve this divorce problem. Buddha never offered a solution to divorce. Prophet Muhammad of the Muslims did not offer any solution for this divorce problem of the world. Did you know that between Malachi and Matthew
Mm-hmm.
of the Bible, that's 400 years.
Hmm.
If
Mm-hmm.
you study
Mm-hmm.
history, 400 years before Jesus Christ, the interval between Malachi and Matthew. Now, when Jesus
Lord ages.
was already preaching, he was asked by the Pharisees and the Sadducees. The
Hmm.
Pharisees and the Sadducees are all lawyers. They are called lawyers during their time because the law existing during their time was the law of Moses or the Judaism law. They have 660 laws to obey. And the divorce rate during that time was so frustrating. Even the grounds that they have made to to be used whenever they want to divorce their wives. So they approached Jesus
When
and
you go
asked,
to heaven, yeah.
yeah,
The
and
Virgin
asked,
Mary,
yeah,
yeah. Whose wife is she?
is it lawful for a man to just divorce his wife for any reason? And did you know what Jesus do you remember what Jesus answered to them?
Jesus basically said, no, divorce is, you don't divorce, but Moses allowed it because our heart is so hard.
Yes, because of the hardness of your heart, Moses allowed it. No, they just Moses gave. It was not God. No, it was not God's
Not God's will for a divorce.
policy. Because in Malachi he said, "I hate divorce."
Hmm.
Okay, so God was not the author of divorce, and so Jesus told them, "Have you not understand? Hindi nyo ba nalalaman? Did you not understand that from the beginning, the first human being to be created was male, was male followed by a female?"
Adam, Eve, yeah.
Yes, Jesus Christ did not answer yes or no to the question, but he went back from the beginning. He went back how the male was designed. He went back how the female was designed. So Jesus Christ did not elaborate on that. It is up for people to think about it because it was not so from the beginning. There was no divorce from the beginning. And so the principles taught by Jesus concerning divorce should be applied by the entire world because everybody else does not have a solution. Okay? So here's the facts concerning Philippines in terms of the dissolution of the foundation, the destruction of the families that this country claims to be the foundation. For the last 10 years before this is now, I think, from 2001. So now we are 2022. For the last 20 years, if we will check the statistics, it does not go down. It's still increasing. And so the Philippines still has serious problems. If you type in Google, what are the common problems in the Philippines? So you will find out this poverty. This is This is a regular, no? This has become a normal problem in the Philippines. The family breakups, the teenage pregnancy, the violence against women and children, the drugs, crimes, the discipline. The world says that Filipinos are undisciplined, corruption, and others. Even in lockdown period, I have checked the news. Let's see if Filipinos will be behaved if they are locked inside their homes. But it was not. 783 murders recorded during the quarantine. This is
Hmm.
for 75 days. Okay, this is recorded for 75 days lockdown, the very first lockdown that we have. And the Philippines was among the countries most ignorant of key issues. Okay, there was a survey conducted in 2018 that Philippines is one of those ignorant countries with ignorant citizens. Okay, and 2019, the teenage pregnancy was declared as state under the state of national emergency. The teenage pregnancy, and also during the pandemic period, 8 girls was raped daily from March 17 to May 23. When September came, it was 18. The statistics was 18 women was being raped a day, despite the lockdowns. Okay. In September of 2019, GMA News aired these statistics. We have an average of 10,000 a year of annulment cases. And they say that one of for every 5 Pinoy marriages is annulled. But the way it is going, as we receive 10 inquiries of marriage breakups a day, 10 inquiries a day for the last 10 years. I'm serious. And majority of them are women. Majority of them are women who came to us for counseling or for annulment of marriage, even for divorce. So those figures that I have shown does not include the divorce of the Muslim law. Most Filipinos who work abroad, they're converted to the Islam and they will seek divorce under the Muslim law. So the ratio of 1 for every 5 has now increased to 2 for every 5 marriages, or maybe 1 for every 3 marriages. Prior to filing these cases of annulment, the number of years together, according to Rappler study, 1 to 5 years together is 34.72%. The 6 to 10 years together couples who filed the annulment were 26.04%. The 11 to 15 years together of these couples who filed the annulment are still high at 16.69%. And 16 to 20 years together, it went down to half, 8.30%. 21 to 25 years, 6.42%. Until the 26 to 30 years, went down to 1.89%. Now, this validates the studies I have seen before, which I forgot to screenshot, that you will only be proud of your marriage when you reach the 26 years onwards. So do not go around boasting your 10 years of marriage, boasting your 15 years of marriage. You're not tested yet. You will only be confidently telling around your marriage if you reach 26 years and above. The rest would be 31, 35, 36 to 40 bracket at 0.38%. Less than a year together is still high. This is still a big number, 4.91%. And majority are the females who initiate the filing of annulment of marriage cases. So in our own study, in my own study for the last 5 years, it only gives me the impression that we have problems with the males. And I will prove that to you later on. The violence against women and children cases, the statistics are also high. You will find this in the website of Philippine Statistics Authority. That even in those years, in the coming years, they already predicted the number of women who will be victims of violence against their husbands. I don't know where they got these statistics. Okay. And here's another incident of violence in Zamboanga, where a husband was charged with serious physical injury against his wife.
Mhm.
This is something that we need to focus on. Why some husbands are very violent? What factors is contributing to the husbands being violent? So that's what we will discuss in this session. Here's another case in the Supreme Court where the husband, despite not hurting the woman physically, when he committed infidelity, the woman filed a VAUSI case or violence against women and children, where the Supreme Court later on ruled that even though you are not physically hurting your wife, you are emotionally hurting your wife. And that is also covered by the psychological violence. It's a psychological violence when you hurt your wife emotionally. And so the man here was sentenced to 6 years of imprisonment with an order to pay the wife 125,000 pesos. I think this is one of the assignments that were given to you. Have you?
I sent an email. Case
Okay.
study number 2. I
Yes,
cannot
that's case
access
study.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
I kept getting error.
Okay. How about you, Joanne?
No,
Have
I have
you?
not.
Okay. Now, this one is a true story also in Bohol
Yeah,
with,
he got found guilty this year, February 2022. He got sentenced to life.
yes, because as the prosecution uh, presenting their evidence, all the evidences are shooting towards him.
Yeah, it took 5 years.
Yes,
5 years.
before he admits the killing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He drowned
So
her, which I didn't know. He threw her off
yes,
the boat.
yes, this is the first female pilot of Air Asia.
Mhm.
Okay. So this would only show that both gender are born, have the capacity to be a leader. Both gender can be an achiever. The male and the female are born leaders. They can also be a president of a company. They can also the woman can also be the president of a country, but it will change the moment you got married. So you will understand that later on, Joanne. This one is international, not only Filipinos. I included in the case study. This is a British Filipina,
But yeah, in Greece.
yeah, in Greece,
Yeah.
who
Mhm.
married a Greek guy. No, as I've said, the Greek has major contribution to the world. And did you know what went wrong in their relationship, Joanne?
No,
Nabasa mo? Hindi mo nabasa?
no.
How about you, Stephen? Have you read the story? We gave we gave the
Yeah,
link.
yeah, I did. I was able to read the story. I just remember he killed her, but then he told the media that it was somebody else. That was a robbery. It was a
Yes.
Mhm.
foreigner. And then they started going after foreigners. And then years later, they found out it was him and he lied.
Yes. What do you think provoked the husband to kill his wife?
That I don't remember. I read it, I think it was last week or 2 weeks.
Okay. Here's what provoked the man to kill his husband. The Greek man to kill his wife. I've read all the articles. I've read all the stories published
Marites.
yes, yeah, about them because I want to find the answer. And I
Uh-uh.
finally found the answer. You know what?
What?
It was during lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
They have the 4-month-old baby
Mm-hmm.
and they were fighting 4 months after wedding. They were fighting. It because it's lockdown. No, I think the pressure inside the house is very, very high. The police found a text message
Oh, from her
to
friend, from her
no,
friend.
no, no,
And
no,
you got jealous?
no, because the wife and the baby was located in the attic. They were staying in the attic, the wife and the baby. The
Mhm.
husband is on the ground floor. The wife texted her husband stupid. She texted him stupid.
Mhm.
So just imagine the weight of the or the effect of that stupid word to a Greek guy. They are
Mhm.
think their civilization contributed a lot to the history. They are the thinkers, and you will call him stupid
Why did she call him stupid?
during their altercation through a text
Mm.
message. Through a text
And
message,
why is she in the attic?
they were fighting. the,
Okay.
the husband was
Weird.
yeah, in the ground floor planning or making drama for his robbery what do you call that, robbery that happened that killed her or that killed his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so America has the highest crime rate according to studies also.
Yeah.
So they found out that most of these criminals, most of these people who commit crimes came from a fatherless home.
Mhm.
And so that's the problem. The fatherless homes creates ills in the society. And that is being published in fathers.com. The consequences
Mm.
of fatherlessness. There was also a study that 80% of those in jails are angry to their fathers. So that's how serious the husbands are or the fathers are in a marriage. That's how important a father is for every married couple.
Are you familiar with prison fellowship in the US?
Christian
Charles
fellowship.
Colson?
Prison.
Prison fellowship?
Oh no, no, not so
There
much.
is a Christian organization. The guy was an aide to President Richard Nixon. Chuck Colson goes to jail, meets Jesus Christ, converts to Christianity, creates an organization to go to prison to spread the gospel.
Okay,
Um, this was sometimes in the 90s. What happened was we have a company called Hallmark and they do greeting cards.
okay,
So Mother's Day came up in May and Hallmark donated boxes and boxes for Mother's Day for the prisoners.
okay,
They ran out of cards. There's so many prisoners that wanted to wish their mom happy Mother's Day. They ran out of cards.
okay,
June in the United States is Father's Day. And so this time Hallmark realized the importance of greeting cards. So they sent even more boxes. Father's Day comes, barely anybody showed up. They didn't either know their father or they didn't want to communicate with their father.
wow,
These were men in prison. So Mother's Day, ran out of cars, not enough. Father's Day, yeah, lots of leftovers because the
Wow.
people in prison, they didn't know who their dad was, or they did not want to meet their dad.
Wow. So,
Mm.
so with that alone, we can confirm how important fathers are in every homes. And that has a biblical explanation, which we will discuss later on. Okay? Thank you, Stephen, for sharing that. And did you know that as we check the DOH website, the Department of Health website of this country, because I'd like to know the mortality rate between the males and the females. So what I found out, yeah, the leading cause of death is the diseases of the heart,
Mhm.
followed by the diseases of the vascular system.
Mhm.
And the victims of the diseases of the heart, most of them, or the majority, are the females. As you look in this graph, no, it's the female who suffer the most in the diseases of the heart, especially in this country, because this country is known to be also with destroyed families. If you will study the design of the male and the male are stronger than the wife, and it has a purpose why. When you make the woman the provider in the house, the chances the chance of the woman getting sick is very high. The moment the father abandons the house, left the children to her, and so the woman will work harder to provide, they get sick easily. Okay? And Newsweek said stress is the source of all our sickness, all the cancer, all the uh, heart diseases, all the vascular system emanated from stress, started from stress, all of them. Did you know that the stress is the medical term for worry? And Jesus uses worry, the word worry, all the time in the Bible. Do not worry. Do not worry. Because there's something to do with our health the moment you start worrying. And stress will cause us a lot of dysfunction to our body. Like this one, when you are stressed, you when you are under lots of pressure, you will experience stress. When you are facing big changes, you will experience stress. If you are worrying about something, like providing for the needs of your child, paying for the bills, paying for the tuition without your husband, and that causes too much stress for a woman. And so, as I've said in our introduction, many celebrities, politicians, lawmakers, even those with doctorate degrees, the lawyers, judges, justices, and maybe some known to you, they fall apart. So there's no exemption to this. Even though they have high degrees, they mess up in their relationship. So if majority of these married and unmarried couples are all messing up our foundation, which is the family, remember that you are not exempted. You are never exempted. And so you can see here, President Duterte talking about the disintegration of families, the abandonment of the husbands in their families, whether they are married or unmarried. If you are a president of a country, you will never mention anything that does not affect your leadership, right, Stephen? If you are a president with a lot of problems to prioritize, will you talk about something that is not important?
As president, you should. You need to make the people aware.
Yes, but in this case, it reaches his table. The problem of husbands wantonly abandoning their families already reaches the office of the president, and that affects his leadership already. Not only he wants to tell the people about this problem, it's also his leadership, the budgeting to solve crimes are being affected.
Mhm.
So after knowing all these facts, is someone forcing you to get married, Stephen? Joanne?
Yeah,
No one's forcing.
No.
no
No
one's
one's
forcing
forcing
us.
you. Okay, very good. That's good to know. So I'd like to ask you, what's the difference between a happy family and a broken family, as you can
For
see in the
me,
picture?
I would say Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. How about you, Joanne?
Yeah, aside from Jesus, just seeing in the picture, a happy family, there will be peace. A broken marriage or broken family, there is no peace. And a
Okay.
lot of them, there's chaos and all. So, yeah.
There's a lot of
In the
serious
world.
effects. Yeah.
Mhm.
As we have discussed, there's a lot of serious effects when families are disintegrated.
Right?
Okay. Now, the difference between these two, I will declare it in just one word: knowledge. The knowledge. If they have the knowledge, they will either make or break their relationship. So let's go further. The right sequence in a family is this: we start with the male, because that was what happened from the very beginning. God started with a male, then followed by a female. Then, if they decide to unite their bloods, they create marriage. Marriage is a covenant. Wedding is invented by men. A wedding is an invention of religions, no, for business purposes. Okay, if you did not notice that. And there's also a saying that a wedding is a day, a marriage is a lifetime. Okay, wedding was invented for business because the rules of marriage applies even to the unmarried people. And even though there is a document being signed by both of them, it does not give you guarantee that your marriage will last. Again, I will repeat. Even though you have the marriage certificate signed by both of you, it does not give you guarantee that your marriage will last. Okay? So when you decide to join your bloods together, when you decide to get married, there's a strong probability of having children, of course, when both of you are capable of rearing a child. Then you create a family. Then the family creates a community. Then it creates a nation. Now, when social ills rise, we will just go backwards. Okay? As already validated by the behavioral scientists. We will just go backwards from nation to the community, then to the family, then to the marriage, to the children, to the female, and to the male. After the male, we can no longer find a problem because the problem starts with the male. If the female is malfunctioning, there must be a malfunctioning male. So that's how to check the problem between the marriage. Okay, because
That must be
after
a very strong responsibility for the male.
yes,
Where did
that's
you get
why
that study, or where did you get that? What's the reference of that?
the Bible.
The Bible. Okay.
Yes. So I will prove it to you further. The social issue, as defined by Wikipedia, is a problem that affects many people within a society, as written in Wikipedia. It's a group of common problems in present-day society and ones that many people strive to solve. It is often the consequence of factors extending beyond an individual's control. So I put individual word in red to give emphasis on the character of the person being molded inside the family. Okay, so that creates the social issue. For example, when a boy thief met another boy thief or a bully met another bully, our society will have a band of robbers or bullies someday. One boy or girl neglected by his or her parents met another boy or girl who's neglected also, our society will have a rise in teenage pregnancy, okay, which was already declared national emergency in 2019. One boy or girl who tasted drugs, the illegal drugs, then met another one who tried it too or sells it for food, our society will have serious drug problems with its effects later on. One husband or wife who just believe that he has individual rights, or the wife who also believe that she has individual rights to be happy after getting married, then met another who thinks that way also, our country will soon have a deteriorating foundation. The state will create more laws, provide more budget to enforce laws, will collect more taxes to the people, then people work harder to earn more to meet their daily needs. So it's a kind of a circling process. The more problems we provide to the government, the more taxes the government will collect from us. Okay? So it will just be a circle of life. And a circle is a shape without any direction. Okay? The circle is a shape without any direction. I studied a lot, actually, if you can see. So I never stopped learning. I want to find answers to every problem. I want to find solutions to every problem. And I tried looking for solutions from the biology books, from the world history books, science fiction books, physics books, law books, medical books, psychology books, philosophy books. They cannot offer any solution to the marriage problems, to the relationship problems. Because we can only find the solution outside. So if this world has no serious solution to offer for the breaking up of families, where can we find the ultimate solution then?
Bible.
The serious solution is outside of this world. We cannot find it in the world. Because Mark Twain, if you know Mark Twain, he already said that there are no new ideas in the world. Walang
Solomon,
bagong ideas sa mundo. Paulit-ulit lang yan. We have no new ideas. It is just a repetition. The same,
Solomon, the same thing. King
yeah,
Solomon, Ecclesiastes, there's nothing new under the sun.
yes. It was just a reformat, okay? It was just a reformat of a previous idea. So if the world has no solution for this dissolution of marriages, the breaking up of families, then let's find a solution outside of the world, because it's all also effective. That's the most effective solution. The solution being offered by the scriptures. And that solution can be found from the beginning. So the more you know about this, the more you understand about this, is the more you will be able to handle yourselves later on in your married life. And so the only serious solution to the defect of a product can only come from the one who created the product. It's like the manufacturer producing something, producing a product, who knows exactly the design of the product, who knows exactly how the product will function well, who knows exactly how the product will malfunction in case you violate the rules he stated in the manual. Yeah, if you will notice, we all the products or items we buy, there is always a manual on top of the product. And that contains the law of the product, the do's and don'ts in the product. And for that product to give you uh, function, to give you the utmost performance, all you have to do is to study the manual, study the mind of the creator of the product. Now, this country, as I mentioned, the Family Code of the Philippines was written upon the assumption of the Aquino government in 1986. 1980, oh, no, 1985, because,
87,
yeah, people power happened in, do you remember, Joanne?
1987 or
1980,
86.
yeah,
Anyway,
86,
before
yeah,
before I was born.
yeah,
Few
yeah,
years before I was born.
yeah, yes. And so they came up with this family code, which provided solutions. If your spouse fails to comply with marital duties, these are the solutions they offer. Can you read it, John, please?
Everything.
Yes.
Okay, number 1, annulment of marriage. 2, declaration of nullity of marriage. 3, legal separation. Oh, there's something like that. I didn't know. Number 4, action for support. Number 5, action for damages. 6, action for receivership. Number 7, judicial separation of property. 8, action for guardianship. 9, action for sole administration of property. 10, judicial admonition of spouse. 11, judicial declaration of presumptive death. 12, summary judicial proceeding. 13, action for injunctive relief. 14, contempt action. 15, criminal action. And 16, administrative action. And 17, protection order.
Okay, I added item number 17 based on the volume 2 of that book, which I screenshot by Attorney Jim V. Lopez, The Law on Annulment of Marriage. Okay, of all these remedies that the family code is offering, have you seen any one of these solutions that leans towards the preservation of the family, Joanne?
None.
There's none.
Yes.
It only means
Yeah.
even the laws of man cannot offer anything
Yeah.
to solve a marital dispute. But this book offers the serious solution. So we are very glad when our participants accepts God, knows God, believes in God, because this is the foundation of our session, of our counseling session, the Bible. And this is the only book that can offer serious solution to our life's problem. We need to learn principles. Principles means from the word prince, which means first. And that's why the sons and daughters of a king are called prince or princess, because they are first in line to the throne. Combine it with Paul's, it means first law. This is the first law or the priority that you need to consider so you can effectively govern yourself. Principle. These are unwritten. You cannot find this law, the principles, you cannot find this in print, but you will see it is there. The moment you understand the law, you will see the principle. This is normally the first thing in mind of the lawmaker. When there is a congressman or senator who wants to create a law, there is something in his mind that prompted him to create that law. And that is called principle. The first thing that comes to his mind. Okay? The first law that we need to know is the law that governs the universe. Some scientists says that there is someone operating the universe, the planets, the billions of stars and galaxies that do not collide to each other. They claim that there is an order, you know. So it's a law that keeps them together. It's a law that keeps them functioning well. Our universe, our Milky Way, our planets, our uh, solar system, they are all working because of established law. Because if you want an order, it starts with law, right? The law precedes order. You want an organized life, you want a very peaceful life, then study about law. Because the purpose of law is to give us order. Okay? And so principles are first law. You need to know this principle. What is that? When there is a law being complied with the citizens, by the citizens, there must be an order. Without a law, there will be a disorder. Okay? As simple as that. Without law, there will be a disorder. So violation of first laws have built-in punishment. These first laws that were not created by human beings, the laws that established in the system of the universe, these are not man-made laws. And the moment we violate these laws, the punishments are built in. No need for courts or judges. Okay? No need for you to explain. This first law created even before us, established even before us. There's no need for you to go to jail. The punishments are already built in. Okay? We cannot tamper first law. Remember that. They are permanent. They are also called statutes. The moment we destroyed parts of the natural resources, then we can experience the consequences. The moment we destroyed something in the natural resources, the punishments goes back to our faces. Okay? So it's built in. That's why they are called statutes, you know. The laws are called statutes because they cannot be tampered with, they cannot be moved, they cannot be they are still standing even though there will be strong typhoons, there will be strong earthquake, they will stand as it is. That's why they are called statutes. Okay? Violation of first laws produces outright disorder, destruction of lives or properties. That's the outright effect when we violate the first laws. Generally, we'd like to classify the laws in two types. What are those? The laws not made by human beings. The laws not made by human beings. And the laws made by human beings. So let's just classify them into two. Okay? The laws not made by human beings are called positive law, or the laws not made by human beings are called supreme, superior, or natural laws. These are the laws that are not made by human beings. It is there before the human beings was made. The laws made by human beings are called positive laws or the inferior laws. They call it positive laws according to the philosophers, according to the theologians. They call the laws made by human beings as positive laws because they are beneficial, according to them. They are helpful to our lives. That's why it is called positive. The human laws are compiled in our Constitution. Even the United States has its own constitution when they declared independence from the United Kingdom. And before a country starts functioning, they start with laws. Before a country starts to be independent, they start with law. And this constitution that we call is an agreement between the people and the state. You will do this and we will give you this. This is our obligations to each other. You comply and we will give you this. So this is the human law. Every government or country has a constitution, and the law has a purpose. Everything in our lives has a purpose. Everything that we hold, everything that we encounter, everything that we see, they all have purpose. How much more for the law? It has a purpose. What is that? To regulate behavior, because human beings are so powerful. And so there must be law to put limits to the power of a human being. What is that? What is that power? The will to obey or disobey. Okay? The freedom to decide, the freedom to choose. And that's very powerful for a human being. The will to choose. So it has to be regulated. From natural laws or supreme laws is from the word nature, natural, nature. According to natural law theory, Joan, can you read it, please? According to, in the box.
Just the one in the box, the deuced.
Yes, yes, yes. According to the second paragraph.
Okay. According to natural law theory, all people have inherent rights conferred not by act of legislation, but by God, nature, or reason. Natural law theory can also refer to theories of ethics, theories of politics, theories of civil law, and theories of religious morality.
Okay, thanks, Joan. As we have read, the natural law is not by act of legislation, not the act of Congress, not
Yeah, but
produced
by God.
by Senate, but by God. Nature, from the word nature, natural. We human beings have natural laws inside our bodies. We have natural laws instilled or uh, installed within our personality. So we have common habits among males, and the women have common habits also among females, common habits. And those are natural. We did not invent it. We did not create it. It is there within ourselves. Okay, so now you understand it? Any
Mhm.
question?
None.
Right.
When is
Mhm.
our CR bio break?
Okay, okay. Let's do it now.
Okay.
Do you need 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Mm, maybe 10 minutes?
10 minutes? Okay.
Okay.
9:22. Time check. 9:22.
Okay.
Let's meet by 9:32.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Stephen and Joanne. Hi, Miss Joanne. It's 9:32. Are you there already? Can you hear me, Stephen?
I can hear you.
Okay, let's wait for Joanne.
Okay. Have you ever been to the United States?
No, not yet. Why?
Oh, curious. What's your favorite spot to visit when in the Philippines? Is there a particular island you and your wife enjoy?
Boracay.
Oh, yes, I love Boracay. I've only been
Boracay.
there once in 2019. I was in
Oh,
Boracay.
oh,
Loved it.
before the pandemic, huh?
Yes. I
This
was
is.
there, yeah, and New Year's Eve was
Mm-hmm,
fun.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it
Before
was me. Hmm?
before you met Joanne?
No, no. It was me and Joanne's family. So I went to
Oh,
Boracay. We spent some time together. Um, the beach is amazing.
yes, it's a world class.
Yes, it is. I can't wait to go back.
Yeah.
Um, in 2020, in January, I was in Baguio, and the
Ooh,
weather is much more comfortable for me in Baguio. Hey, Joanne.
wow. But that's
Hi,
before.
I'm back.
Hi, Joanne. That's before they declared lockdown.
Yes, before
Ah,
lockdown.
okay.
Yes.
Then before it was implemented, you fly out already.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I
Uh,
was gonna fly out again, but my flight got canceled because lockdown then happened.
okay. At least you were never imprisoned here. Okay. So are you learning?
Yeah, I'm seeing some things that are different for me because I like to read books on relationships, books on marriage.
Sure.
Most of it is from a Christian point of view.
Okay.
There are a few that are secular, which is interesting. But yeah, I think from my limited study, like I don't know if you know Pastor Tony Evan. He actually wrote a book called Kingdom Men, and he
Okay.
talks about the importance of fatherhood. It is
Okay.
important for the father to be there for the wife, the father to be there for his children, and the effect the fatherhood has. Because in the US, when you're talking about like teenage pregnancy,
Mm,
crime, drug use. We
mm,
have that in the US, but it's a much higher rate.
okay. So are we discussing something more sensible or aligned to that study
Yeah,
that you are mentioning?
yeah. Well, Pastor Tony Evans pretty much covered some of the stuff that you talked about.
All
Mm.
right. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you for that. And so let's continue.
Okay.
Thanks for the break. I actually ate breakfast so quick.
Oh
Wow.
wow. Okay.
Wala nang nguya, lulo na lang.
Oo nga eh. Very good, very good. Me, I have
Actually, my breakfast time is basically around, around this time. That's why, my stomach is churning. So, yeah, but good thing I was able to eat. I'm
wow.
ready to listen again and interact if you want.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. And so we have been talking about the natural law. Now let's talk about the natural products on earth, which is not created by man, not invented by man, or controlled by man. These are what? The natural products, the natural resources. We cannot control that.
Mm.
We did not invent that. Even the animals and also the human beings. Even though we have this capacity to create a human being, it is not our own creation. No, somebody created that,
I
that
know.
capacity, yeah, that capability long ago. The will or our power to choose is also a natural product. We did not invent that, and we did not create that, and that's the philosophers are fighting for. the will, the power, because all the kingdoms before, the kingdom governments, as we have studied in the history, every word that they say is a law. Okay? They have no Congress, they have no Senate, because Congress and Senate are part of the democracy government. So in kingdom, the difference of kingdom and democratic government, the kingdom rules by a king, being ruled by a king. In democracy, it is ruled by a president or the one chosen by the people. Now, in kingdom, people are not entitled to their opinion. People are owned by the king. They are called subjects. They are properties of the kingdom, the human beings who are residing there. What else? The love or the feelings that we have is a natural product also. We did not create that. We have no control over that. But the moment we exercise that, the moment we excuse the moment we
Water
decide
break.
the moment we decide to enforce that feeling, there is a natural law that should be implemented or enforced.
Mm,
Okay? Otherwise, it will be beyond your control if you
mhm,
do not know the laws surrounding your feelings. What
mhm,
else? The rights or the freedom, which are also being fight for by the activists, even the greatest philosophers before. The
mhm,
people have inherent rights, as we have read in the Wikipedia definition of natural law. And these rights or the freedom to choose is from the Greek philosophy. Okay? Because before, in kingdom governments, we have no rights even to choose the king. Okay. Now, the byproducts of our decision, whether right or wrong, we can decide to remain single or be married.
mhm,
Have children or no children.
Yes, yes. The decision to get married is not covered by any law. There is no law that tells us that we should all get married. It cannot be touched upon by any government.
mhm,
We have the inherent right to decide for ourselves if we want to remain single or married. The career or the family, whether if we choose to remain single, of course we will just focus on our career. But if we choose to get married, we should focus on our family. The community that we create, the common community is from the word common beliefs, common philosophies that creates
Common
a
unity.
community. Yes, it's
A
from the word.
common unity.
Yes. The government also is created by natural product, the byproduct of our decision. Whatever government we'd like to govern us, to choose the leader, that's the byproduct of our decision. As created by a democratic concept. Democracy was first introduced to the world by the Americans. Did you know that, Stephen?
I didn't know we were the first one to introduce democracy.
you did.
Yeah, it's the
You
US.
introduced us to this country.
Yes. So now I'm introducing it to you. sorry, sorry. It's the US who first used the concept of democracy.
Yes.
They got that from the Greek philosophers that they have inherent rights, that they have this freedom, blah blah blah. And so
Yeah, didn't the
yeah,
Greek
yeah,
have democracy?
yeah,
The
it
Greek
was
had
the
a
Greek.
republic as well,
What is
because
that?
that's where the US got it from.
What is that?
Um, the government system that the US had,
Yes,
didn't they get that idea
The Greek.
from
from the
yeah, from
Greek.
the Greek.
Yeah,
Mm,
from the Greek, the concept of democracy. Demo means power. Krasia
mhm.
means the people. Democracia.
Democracia. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
the
see.
power of the people. Yeah. And the institutions that we create within our midst is a byproduct of our decision, of our common decision. The power to produce money, it's also a byproduct of our natural decision. Okay? So for these natural products to function well, they need each other. Did you notice that no invention was made without depending on another invention or
Yeah.
another product? Did you notice that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything that we use, even the cell phone, it will not function well without electricity, right? No manufacturer can produce a product without depending on another product. So that is called relationship. For them to function well, they need each other. And this is a first law. It's a supreme law not made by humans. That even though manufacturers of vehicles can produce good vehicles, it's still dependent on another product, like the fuel. Diba? The car will not run without the fuel.
Mhm.
Every product is dependent on another product to function well. That's is called relationship. And that is not created by human beings. Because even the human beings cannot produce a product on its own that can function on its own, di ba?
Mhm.
Oh, even the headset that we are using, it will not function well if we don't insert it to the laptop. Okay? As basic as that. And that is called relationship, the functioning of each other. They require each other, which is not the creation of human beings. Dependency of a certain product to another product to function well is first law, the relationship, where human beings cannot tamper. We cannot tamper that. Then its purpose manifests. It gives life. It gives order, productivity, and longevity.
Mhm.
Okay? The even the animals, the biologists have found out that every animal, no matter how small, no matter how big, has its own purpose. And that contains in the study called biology. Relationship is not a product of human beings. It is already there before us in creation from the very beginning. Did you know that when God told Adam, although he's not talking to Adam, he said in Genesis, I know, Stephen, you know this. It is not good for this man to be alone.
Mhm.
What did you understand so far about that statement,
Me? I,
Stephen?
I thought, what did Joanne? So what did you understand?
Yeah. What did you understand so far, Stephen, in that statement?
That man needs to have a relationship.
Okay. How
It's
about
not
you?
good for man to be alone,
Which means,
which means that God will provide Adam with a partner.
okay, okay. How about Joanne?
Yeah, same.
Same. Okay. Did you know that before the English Bible, there was a Hebrew Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So in order for us to understand the original meaning of a word, we go backwards. We go
To the Hebrew word.
to the Hebrew word, to where it all started. Because the truth means original information. So we go back to the original Hebrew word, and the word alone is all in one in Hebrew. Hold on. Alone in Hebrew is all in one. It is not good for this man to be all in one. Because Adam, that day before Eve was created, Adam contains everything, contains everybody. 8 billion people today, or 9, I think, came from Adam, and only one body with all the abilities, with all the characteristics and the image of God. Everything. was in Adam's personality. And so God said, it is not good for this man to be all in one. So what he did was to create animals. He did not create the woman yet. Okay? He created the animals, di ba, Joanne?
Yes.
Then Adam complained. If I will say that as a complaint, Adam said, uh, but for Adam, no suitable helper was found because God said, I will make a suitable helper for him. Then the animals followed. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. Do you remember that, Stephen? In
Yeah,
chapter 2, that's in chapter 2 of the Genesis.
yeah.
It was Adam who is complaining, if I may say, if I may say. If we will imagine, Lord, these animals, we cannot understand each other. I think they are not suitable for me. Okay? And so what God did after that was to put Adam to deep sleep. Remember
Mhm.
that? Yeah? He
Mhm.
was put into a deep sleep. Then the first major operation in the world happened. Yeah? Di ba? It was the very first major operation. He was put to a deep sleep with a general anesthesia. The side of his body was open and closed up with flesh again. And science have found out that there was a bone missing in the rib of a man.
Mhm.
There was really a bone, one bone missing in the rib. And so from that bone, he formed the woman. He formed the female. The fee, no, the one with the who can carry the fetus. Okay, that's why it was called. They were, that's why Joanne, you are called female because you can carry the fetus. Okay.
Is that it? Really?
Yes, yes, yes. That's why there's a word fee
Mm, I'm
before the male.
actually um checking checking Genesis 2.
Genesis, yeah, chapter 2.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
I'm trying to imagine your reenactment about
yes,
Lord. Like
yes,
Adam
yes,
is,
yes. Those are
Mhm.
principles behind those narration. Okay, hold on. So if you will read the Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2 line by line, you will see a lot of principles there. You will see a lot of first law there.
I like what it says in the in verse 20 when you said, but for Adam no suitable helper was found. So I like your imagination of thinking, Adam, this horse is not a suitable partner for me. This tiger is not a suitable partner for me.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
yes.
like you're
Diba?
trying to, bring life to what the situation of Abraham thousands of years ago.
Yes. Because that was the very first relationship happened. Okay. So we are leading into that. And so when Adam was put into a deep sleep, God made sure that Adam does not know how to create woman. Okay? And so there was another statement after Eve was reduced. You know, when Eve came out, when the woman came out, the verse tells us that God brought her to the man. God,
Mhm.
and he brought her to the man. Brought in Hebrew means paraded. Brought in Hebrew means paraded. You will see a lot of women in front of you, but God will never touch on your will. God will never dictate you to choose that woman to be your wife because he will not allow himself to be blamed later on. Okay? He will never touch our will to decide. So Eve was just paraded in front of Adam, and here's Adam saying in the next verse, this is now bones of my bones and flesh of my flesh. Verse 23, I think, Genesis chapter 2. So it was Adam who decided who proclaim to the world that she is a part of his body. And where did Adam come from, Stephen? Where was Adam created?
The dirt, God made him from the dirt.
From the soil, from the dirt,
From the
right? And Eve was not created from the dirt, when God can also do the same, right?
Mm.
But he did not do so for a purpose. What is that purpose kaya? What do you think God's purpose for that, Stephen?
So that she will be made from him. God chose to use a part of man to make woman.
Okay. How about you, Joanne?
Yeah, aside from what Steven said, it's like it's another part of the man.
Another part
So
of the man. There is a deeper
yeah.
purpose for that. You want to know the deeper purpose for that,
You
Stephen?
mean
You want to know?
because it's made from the side, so you're
Yes.
beside me. You're not
Okay.
made for my like other parts of the body, so that I won't step on you, or I won't, there's a reason he did the side. I forgot what poem it was, but it was basically so we'll be companion. We'll be side by side. You'll be my partner.
Okay. Okay. There's a deeper meaning for that. There's a deeper purpose for that, Stephen
Okay.
and Joanne. Maybe some of the pastors miss this. Sorry, but I made a deeper research on this. God did not make Eve from the soil. He made Eve. He took out Eve from the body of the male for every male to understand that the moment you activated relationship, the moment you activated or decided to join your blood to another opposite being, that is your baby, and you are responsible for that baby that he created from your body. And that's the reason why every woman, the moment they get into relationship, every woman expects to be nurtured, expects to be cared upon by the
So
husband.
I am Steven's baby.
Yes.
I
Yes.
never heard that before.
Yes. And how do we treat a baby, Stephen? How do we treat a baby?
Love, care,
Love, care,
nurture, feed
nurture,
them, hug
protection.
them,
Yeah.
emotional. Yeah, but I'm not gonna have sex with my baby.
Yes. Everything. Everything. We will do everything to protect the baby, right? That even insects, we don't want to touch our baby, right? That even a single dirt or even a small dirt, we don't want the baby to have on his body, right? That's how every woman feels the moment they got married. They feel like a baby. Gusto nila, nilalambing din sila. How do you call that lambing in English, Johan?
Lambing.
Affection? Affection, di ba? Gustong gusto,
Yeah, share affection.
yeah, di ba, a baby smiles kapag pinanggigigilan natin yung lagi nating
When you give
uh,
that strong affection to
oh,
the baby will
yes,
smile, the baby will
yes.
laugh, the baby will, will like it.
Yeah, the baby will surely like it. Yung hinahagil siya, yung talagang nilalambing siya, hinahalik-halikan. Gustong-gusto ng mga baby yun. And that's what every woman feels to be treated by her husband. Am I correct, Joanne?
I don't know.
you will surely feel that the moment you activate the relationship law. That's what every woman desire. 'Di ba pag hindi ka inalalayan sa kalye sa
Okay, I think
pagtawid, 'di
we
ba?
need to reconcile the word baby first, Steven. Yeah, because
'Di
he
ba?
cannot have sex with his baby.
Yes, that's one, no? If you take that out from that context, then you will have a problem if you only want sex, okay? Because sex will complete you. Part, part,
I'm talking about like, okay, just to marry the thought, so that
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I think what you are saying is that um okay, about the relationship between Adam and Eve, why God did not made Eve from the dust, but he made
Mm-mm,
Eve from Adam's rib. Is that your reason was
mm-mm.
because
With the
okay, no, no,
moment you,
actually,
yeah,
yeah, I think, okay, can you tell us, the reason, just in few words, what
mm-mm.
was the reason?
The
Yeah, you
reason for,
actually gave the answer very, in a very expound way, but I
mm-mm.
cannot put that in one phrase or one sentence.
Okay,
Can you just, so
okay.
what's the reason why did not created Eve from
From
the
the soil,
dust?
yeah, from the dust. Because, as I was saying a while ago, a single person can decide to remain single, right? You will be successful in life. You will be achiever also, like just like the many males. You can do what the males can do. But the moment you activated the relationship, you will need to understand that you are activating a first law. What is that? You are getting married. You are you should be providing the needs of that woman. And because women, and this is the reason, that's the reason why women
Mm-hmm,
feels that their money is theirs and the husband's money is also theirs.
mm-hmm,
Because the man was designed to be the sole provider in the family, in the marriage.
mm-hmm,
And we will see in chapter 3 how God clarifies it when they disobeyed. Okay, I will get into that. But first, I will share with you. First, I will share with you that concept of raping the wife when the wife does not like to have sex. The constitution here, the family code here says that
Version.
it is illegal.
Mm.
Okay, when you want to have sex with your wife and she refuses and you force yourself into her, that is called rape. Okay, I will show you a book called Persons and Family Relations Law. Persons and Family Relations Law by Dean Melencio Santamaria.
mm-hmm,
The dean of FEU School of Law. Okay?
mm-hmm,
He is also being shown in television. Dean Mel Santamaria. In this book of him, talks about the question of, can a husband commit rape against his wife?
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes in the laws of human beings. Okay? The answer is yes in the laws of human beings. But in the laws of God, you cannot rape your own body. Look at this. Listen very carefully.
mm-hmm,
Listen to this very carefully. You know, in the Philippine laws, we normally use American jurisprudence.
mm-hmm,
The cases being discussed in the US is also being cited to explain something. So in page 405 of this book, it says, an argument against the second justification on matrimonial exemption, namely consent of the wife, it has been said by the Supreme Court of New Jersey in the case of State of New Jersey versus Albert Smith. You can take note of that. State of New Jersey versus Albert Smith, February 10, 1981. It says, this implied consent rationale, the consent of the wife, this implied consent rationale, besides being offensive to our valued ideals of personal liberty, is not sound where the marriage itself is not irrevocable. If a wife can exercise a legal right to separate from her husband and eventually terminate the marriage contract, may she not also revoke a term of that contract, namely consent to intercourse? Just as a husband has no right to imprison his wife because her marriage vow to him has no right to force sexual relations upon her will. If her repeated refusals are a breach of the marriage contract, his remedy is in a matrimonial court, not in violent and forceful self-help. It goes on to say, changes in divorce law have significantly affected judicial and legislative construction of marital exemption rules. Some jurisdictions have recognized that consent to intercourse does not automatically continue until a marriage is officially ended. They have refused to exempt husbands from the charge of rape where a judicial decree of separation has been entered, where a spouse has filed for divorce or separate maintenance, or where the spouses are simply living apart. Okay, I think I missed that case of a United States case that says a lawyer argued in that case, which says, can a husband rape his own body?
No, I can't.
Hold on. Can a husband rape his own body? That is the argument raised by a lawyer, which he won. He won that case. So
His
if
own body means
the woman,
himself or his wife, yeah,
his
because
wife,
they are treated like the his own body is they are. I mean, that the concept of when you are married, you are now one body.
yes, yes.
Mhm.
If you remember Adam proclaiming to the world that this is now bone of my bones and flesh
Flesh
of
of
my
Flesh of my
flesh.
flesh.
Yes.
uh,
And that's the very reason why a man reacts negatively when a wife goes out of the house without any consent, without the knowledge of the husband where she is. A man negatively reacts if he doesn't know the whereabouts of his wife, and he gets angry
Did
if
you get
the
angry when your wife is not telling you before?
yes, di ba? The man gets angry when his wife does not get consent wherever she is, because that feeling of protecting your own body is manifesting. Your The body of a male who entered into a relationship manifests the feeling of securing his other parts of his body.
Okay, that's a good principle. Yeah, principle to know.
never thought about
Yes,
that, but okay.
yes. So now you understand why while males have that feeling whenever a woman,
It's like they are overprotective for their
yes,
woman because they are basically protecting their own.
yes, they're protecting their own, because at the end of the day, who will answer when something happened to the woman? It's the husband. It's the responsibility of the husband. And that's the very reason why God took out the woman from the man's body, to tell the man that it is your baby, you are responsible for that, for to provide all his needs or her needs, to provide everything that she needs. You are responsible for protecting her, for nurturing her, for providing everything
The one
that
I
she
think,
needs.
the one I read about that is God use God's use of one of Adam's ribs to make Eve is a reminder that woman was created to be beside man. So it's like, yeah, it's like how you frame it, like a baby. It's like a baby should be beside
Yes,
his or her
yes,
parents. So
yes,
together, the man and woman complement one another in marriage, to be together, to be beside each other. And in
yes,
Christ, they are the heirs together of the grace of life.
yes,
So yeah, it's like you just expounded it practically how a man and a woman should be doing the relationship, having the relationship when they're married.
yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is very hard to explain to 80s. This is very, we're having a lot of challenge to explain this to the atheists.
Because for them there's no natural laws.
Yes,
There are no supreme laws.
yes, yes. They all believe
Man-made.
in themselves. They all believe in the work of other human beings. Yes. Okay. Are you learning, Stephen?
Yeah.
Thank you. At least you have a deeper understanding now of that incident in Genesis. Okay. Now, talking about the relationship, which is not our product, it's already there before creation. If you notice this tree, which uh, which have fruits, this tree will only become fruitful. This tree will only become, or this tree will only grow at the right environment, at the right soil, at the right supply of water, with the right
Okay.
supply of sunlight. In other words, this tree is dependent to another product for him to grow. And it's natural. And it's a law for the tree to have the sunlight because that's his requirement to function. It's a law that this tree needs water for him
Mhm.
to grow. And that's a relationship also. Even if you put that seed, if you put a seed from a cemented road, it will not grow. Why? Because you violate the relationship. You violate his requirement for that seed to grow. You put him in the wrong environment. The same with getting the plants. The plants will grow even without a human being's intervention. As long as they are in the right environment, they will grow without human beings intervention. But the moment you took them out from their natural environment, you are taking the full responsibility to provide what the plant is needed, like
Mhm.
the soil, the water, the attention, the protection, everything. You took the responsibility of providing the needs of that plant. The same with the fish, they grow. According to science, they find strength in swimming. That's their purpose. That's their environment. Now, if you take them out from their environment, you treated them as a pet in your home, you are taking out the responsibility to provide the needs of that fish. The same with the birds. According to scientists, they get stronger when they fly because that's their purpose. The moment you take them out from their natural environment, you are taking over the responsibility to provide their needs. Because if
Yeah.
not, yeah, because if not, they will naturally die.
Hmm.
Okay? The same with the birds or the other species. When two products join, it is called relationship. So when male and female join their bloods, they just activated the first supreme law called covenant. The Bible defines marriage as a covenant. So if you will notice, married or unmarried, the principles apply to them. If they don't know the principles, they separate, even though they're not married. How much more to the married people who does not know the principles of marriage? That it is a vow that you made to your creator. It is not a vow that you made to your suppliers, to the priests, to the ministers, or the pastors. It's a vow that you create to your manufacturer, to your creator. Because you are both his products and you activated the law on relationship, you shall now be covered by the marriage law surrounding relationships. Okay?
Okay.
And marriage is the first and original institution in the world. Marriage already exists before any government was established. It already exists before barangay, Congress, or Senate was created by man. Marriage is not a product of the state, not even Congress, not even the famous philosophers. Marriage is a product of God. No one else but God. When you activated first laws, you have no more right to deactivate it. Wala na tayong karapatan to exit because we have already activated it. We have no more right to our opinion about marriage when you entered, when you activated the marriage law. When it's not your own product, you have no right to tamper with it. No turning back anymore. Because marriage is also a product of supreme laws where God is the supreme author. As you can see in Mark chapter 10, verse 9, what therefore God has joined together, let not man put asunder. Let no lawyer, let no judges, let no pastors, let no justices put asunder. In other words, they have no right, even the state, even the Congress, to separate two human beings who are married. But take note,
Amen.
no? Yeah, but take note that they are supposed to be opposite sexes, okay? Just to just to give emphasis, okay?
Because there it's actually a Pride Month right now here in the
Yes,
Philippines, Stephen.
Same in the US.
Even in the US.
yes. It's only between a male and a female, okay? There was nothing in the Bible that says there's a union between both male or both females. It happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, and you know what happened? What God did in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Okay? So we have no right anymore to deactivate the relationship law the moment we entered into it. Now, let's define the word husband. You will now become husband, Stephen.
House band.
Oh, it's from
Wow.
the word husband, the one who binds the house
Hey, house
together.
band.
Mm. Okay? So if you type it in Google,
Can
only
you can you please go back to the last slide about the house
yeah,
band? Sorry,
yeah.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, okay. Thank
Mm.
you.
So this is a position that you will be performing after deciding to get married, Stephen. You will become a husband. It's from the word husband. You are activating a position that you did not have before. Okay. Now, to
Mm,
in all whenever we are employed, okay, think about this. Whenever we are employed, we will be given a position, or whenever we apply for a job, we will be given a job description.
mm-hmm.
The job description tells us how to perform that position very well. You will be able to function well if you follow this job description.
Mm-mm.
But some companies do not give job description. You will, and what would the
They will give you
person,
position, not job description.
yes, they have no time. Some companies have no time to give job
Ah,
description. If you,
grabe.
di ba? If you have the experiences, if you have the credentials, the company will assume that you know what you are doing.
Mm,
Di ba?
that's
However,
terrible.
yeah, however, the problem starts when you compare your experience to the new industry that you are in.
Mm-hmm.
If you have no job description, you will base your actions from your previous experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And that is called experimentation.
Mm-hmm.
You will
Okay.
try, I will try this. My boss may like this because this is what I've been doing to my former boss. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will try this. They may be impressed with it because that's what I did in my previous employment.
Mm-hmm.
So that is called experimentation. You are in a new environment, you have new bosses, you have new company because they didn't give you job description, you will end up experimenting. So if you do not know the job
That
description
makes
of
sense.
If you do not know the description of a husband, Stephen,
Mhm.
you might experiment
Experiment.
someday. Okay. Okay.
I like your logic or how you do the analogy of each things. Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
that goes with that principle goes the same for me.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. Because as Socrates already said, the beginning of wisdom is definition of terms, if you remember
Mm.
that.
Yeah, that's actually what our pastor is always saying. Whatever we do, whatever we do, how do we respond? And things goes first here, comes first here in our mind. Whatever that is in our mind, that's why he's always telling us, you have to pause, make sure that you read your Bible, you get wisdom from God, and then aside from that, educate
Yeah.
yourself as much as you can. That's the one thing that I like about Stephen. He educates himself. He's well versed with many things as well, like you. Like your wife is telling us, my husband is doing a lot of studies like this and like that. But anyway, going back to you.
Yes, yes, because we don't just listen. We need to validate the things
Hmm.
if the things we heard are true or not. 'Di ba? If there's someone telling us, "Oh, you do this, you do that." You don't just follow. You have to validate first if what they're teaching is true or not. And that's the
Hmm.
reason why Jesus warned us, be careful with
Of
what
the false
you
prophets.
yes, be careful with what you hear. Be
Hmm.
careful with what you see because it is like food. The information that we see online, everything that we see and hear, they are like food. The moment you swallowed it, if it's a bad food, it will destroy your stomach.
Right.
Diba? So if
Diba is
you
Steven. Diba is right. Diba.
diba?
Yeah. So you will hear a lot of that to the Filipinos.
Yes.
Diba?
Diba? If you swallow a defective information, it will destroy your mind. It will pollute your mind.
But it then depends on the listeners or someone who's learning because, yeah, I mean, your point is right. But I think that applies especially to those people who are, learning as learning on an early stage. Like for me and Steven, whatever you feed us right now, probably sometimes we will challenge that. Sometimes we will
Yes.
ask you where are the references. We will be trying to see your point, and from this point trying to marry what we already know or trying to unlearn or learn something from you.
Yes, because this is called critical thinking.
Hmm. And that's important as we learn.
Yeah. Yes. Critical thinking is what scientists do. They are looking for answers for the five questions. What is that? The who, what, when, where, and how.
Yeah, root cause analysis.
Yes. So don't just believe. You analyze. So I'm telling you to analyze Genesis chapter 1 and 2. I'm just helping you what was there, the principles in the garden. So you have to really read it by yourself.
Mm.
Okay?
And going back to the husband, the husband.
And so, Stephen, you'll become a husband someday. Only the Bible can give the exact definition of the husband. And it's a title given only to the males. Okay? Just to be very clear, huh?
Mm.
So, if you type it in Google, this is what will give you. Husband etymology.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read it, please, Stephen?
The definition at the bottom.
Yeah, late Old English.
Late Old English in this series, male head of a
Sense.
household
Yeah.
and manager, steward. From Old Norse husbandi, master of a house. From
Mm-hmm.
hus, house, and bondi, occupier and tiller of the soil. The original sense of the verb was till, cultivate. And that's what Adam
Oh,
had to do because he fell.
yes, yes.
That's what
Has
cultivate.
Yeah, till.
Yeah.
occupier, master of a house, tiller of the soil, tiller, cultivator.
Wow.
From the sweat of
Cultivator.
his brow.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
So remember these
Yeah.
principles. Remember these words: tiller, cultivate. Remember these words, Stephen. This is your job description. Okay. I will go to Joanne's job description later on. Don't worry, Stephen. Okay. So the father, you'll become a father, of course. That comes after being a husband. You will produce offspring. You will be called father. In Greek, it is pater. It's from the word Greek pater,
Mhm,
which was developed later on to be father. And in
mhm,
Hebrew, it's called Abba,
mhm,
Mm-hmm.
which means source,
mhm,
sustainer, provider, strength, protector. That this is what God calls himself, Abba, right? You
Mm-hmm.
know, in many occasions
So, sustainable provider. Sorry.
in the Bible, he has different names, and his names depends on the situation. If you notice that, he
Did
gives
you?
his name, Stephen.
Oh, I was just saying because you're mentioning like Genesis 1 and Genesis 2.
Yeah,
Um, God in Hebrew in Genesis 1 is Elohim, creator.
Elohim. Yes,
In Genesis 2, it is now Yahweh Elohim, Lord
yes,
God, Lord in caps. In Genesis 3, when you hear the serpent talk with Eve,
Mm-hmm.
he
yes,
never mentions Yahweh. He only mentions Elohim. And Pastor Tony Evans says something interesting. From his
Mm-hmm.
interpretation is that Satan will talk about you about religion all day, every day, but he will not talk about relationship. Satan, when he
yes,
talks
Mm,
with Eve, would say Elohim, but he will not say Yahweh.
yes,
interesting.
Yeah.
yes. God has a lot of names,
Yes, he
Galing.
does.
and if you notice that for every instance, he changes his name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jehovah Jireh, God
Yes,
provide.
yes, yes. And so we would like to call him father, right? He
Hmm?
wants to he wants us human beings to call him as father,
Yeah.
which means Abba.
Hmm.
He is the source of everything. He
Hmm.
sustains what he source.
Hmm.
He provides everything. If you notice, all the pork and chicken do not, hindi nauubos, no? It, chickens do not run out.
Overflowing.
Overflowing the, po- the
Chicken joy.
the pork and the beef, that's one program that God installed from the beginning. Their nature is to procreate, procreate, procreate. And if you notice in the relationship of, let's say, the dogs, their natural instinct is not to fight a woman. They only fight male dogs. If you,
Dominance.
yeah, if you notice that.
Oh, I noticed that.
Yes. They don't fight female dogs.
Yeah.
Okay? Only animals. Even the chicken. They fight
Mm.
male
Rooster.
chickens. Yeah,
Rooster to
roosters.
rooster.
Yes. They don't go against their nature. The animals don't violate their nature. Only human beings. There are only human beings violate their nature. Husbands love to fight their wives. Wives loves to fight their husbands as well. Okay? That's violation of our nature. Okay. As a father, you produce offspring. That's why you decided to enter into a relationship. The woman becomes your baby. You are the source of it the moment you get married. You're the source of your wife, Stephen, because you decided now to get married. You activated the principle of relationship. And so, even though Joanne can produce money on her own, she still expects you to provide for her. And that will come naturally later on. Okay, Stephen? Because sooner or later, the moment you have kids, Joanne will not like to work anymore because her body is not designed to be a tiller, to be a cultivator. Her
Mhm.
body is, every woman's body is not designed to be a provider. And doctors have already proven that men have stronger bones than
Yeah,
the
our
woman.
our bones are not.
Yes. That's why they become sick easily the moment they are doing the job of the husband. Make sense now?
You're talking about how animals don't go against natural law. Um,
Yes.
because I'm not gay. But dolphins, like male dolphins, will have sex with other male dolphins.
But I don't know about that.
Yeah, you could search on the internet and it's been documented. And yeah, there are animals that just do
they
weird,
they
yeah, weird
they
things.
they produce dolphin babies.
Oh no, no, they don't. But the thing is, they're still having sex with each other.
Well, as long as they cannot produce an offspring, then that's not natural. Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah,
and then there are
probably
frogs.
probably he was just stuck by the knowledge of even but animals is better than humans because they don't go on the natural laws compared to humans. But Stephen knows other animals who are having sex with each other.
Yes, even
But
though
let's
they.
just say not animals, but probably you can just tell us the dogs. Be more specific
Mm-mm.
about the examples.
Yes,
Not.
yes, yes. Because even if the dolphins have sex with the same sexes, if they cannot produce an offspring, then that's unnatural. That's not natural. That's not normal. Even they have sex with each other. What's the natural one? If they are able to produce a baby dolphin.
Anyway, I mean, because you were sharing a while ago that the animals doesn't, they
Violate, yeah,
follow,
it's not.
yeah, they doesn't violate, but yeah, but we know some examples that animals do violate. If we will just be comparing males and females,
Yes.
but probably, sorry for is being very critical about your examples, but
Mm.
we can move on if you want. But I like how you mentioned about the father, what the
Yeah,
father
I like
means in
Papa
Hebrew, being the source,
and
sustainer.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yes, but remember that we are all talking of natural law. Okay?
Yep.
The natural law and its byproducts, okay, should be natural also.
Hmm.
So the father, can you read this to us, Stephen? The father's description
um the whole paragraph in the original.
in the original, yes.
Okay. In the original pictographic script, the first letter is a picture of an ox. As the ox is strong, the letter also has the meaning of strong. The second letter is the picture of the tent or house where the family resides. When combined, these letters form the meaning, the strength of the house.
Strength of the house. Remember, the
Husband.
house, the husband is also has the
Wow.
same meaning, di ba? The one
Mhm,
who binds the
mhm,
house together. Because before the English language, people are using symbols, signs,
mhm,
and shapes to describe a thing.
mhm.
So the father, according to the description of the human beings, it is the strength. He is the strength of the house. And so we will discuss now the difference between the male and the female.
Hmm.
The male, Adam, is not one guy. It's not one man. Adam means
Mankind.
it's a plural form, which means the humankind, the human beings.
The
All,
ish.
yes, the is
Mhm,
all the human beings. And the natural features of the male and the female is different from the female, the natural features. The female is also is, but with FE, which means fertile or fetus. The natural features of the male is very evident. The male is very intellectual, and also the female. They are both intellectual, but there is a difference which is validated also by science, that the difference of these two human beings, the male is found to be logical and the female is found to be emotional. The man expresses ideas, but the woman expresses feelings. So the woman will always speak about how she feels, while the man will also say
How he thinks,
what he thinks.
what he
Okay?
thinks.
And these findings of science was explained in the book of John Gray. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. It was explained there. So the physical, the outward appearance of the male and the male has stronger bones, the female has weak bones. You know, our bones are the factory of our blood. You know, kaya
Mhm.
when the females are made to be providers in the home, the bones becomes weak and it starts to they start to get sick because
Oh,
because it is not their purpose to provide for the family. Hard muscles, the males has these hard muscles while the female has soft muscles because it's made from flesh. And if we talk about the skin, we have rough skin, Stephen, diba? Diba? Because we are made from the soil. While the women has smooth skin. So if
I
you, diba? If you put your arms together, you will notice the difference. Have you noticed that?
Steven has a lot of hair. I don't know about the skin.
Your skin's pretty soft. I
But
Yes.
lotion and
but
I
I
did
think Steven
massage it.
he has a very soft hands in here.
Mm-mm.
Um but usually yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, men does have rough skin compared to women. I think
Yes.
yeah, even Steven has a good skin compared to other men, but I can see his skin is different. Yeah, just so you know, I've seen I've seen your
Yeah.
skin.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you live in a Stephen, you live in an environment with a very cold atmosphere, right? When you
I
are
think,
in
but
a
it's not
cold,
just that. I mean, generally speaking, I mean, physical,
yes,
their skin is different. I mean, their features is different from us.
yeah,
When I shake hands with a construction worker, rough, tough skin, because he's a construction worker, what we call
yes,
blue
Mm,
collar worker. If I shake the hand of a surgeon, a doctor, a surgeon, they
mm,
have very soft hands.
the doctors, yeah, it's required for them to have a soft hand because whenever they operate, you know,
Yeah.
hindi pwedeng nanginginig, okay? You know, we frequently visit Baguio City, and it's a
Mhm.
cold place, no? It's a cold place in the Philippines. One thing I
Love
noticed,
Baguio.
yeah, one thing I noticed about the citizens of Baguio, about the people who live there, who was born there, who was raised there, one thing I noticed among them is the skin.
Hmm.
They have very smooth skin,
Mm,
even the males and the females.
mm,
And the cold weather contributes to that.
mm.
The cold environment that they have, it contributes to
yeah.
that. Okay? So what GPS, or it's very important for us to have the north in every compass. How important the north is in our compass, Stephen, whenever we travel. For example, you are in a sea, you're traveling, and
Hmm.
there's nothing you can see when you are in
Mm.
the midst of an ocean.
Okay.
How
Is there
important
stars?
how important the north is in the direction.
Yeah, well, if you don't have a way to navigate, you'll be
Yes.
lost at sea. But if you have a landmark, land, stars, something to help you navigate, then you could travel. But without stars, without landmass, yeah, you'll be lost in sea because you have no way to find out where you need to go. There's no goal, there's no sight. You are blind. You can't there's no way to navigate. And
Yeah.
you'll probably gonna crash,
Yes.
hit rocks, you could get in a storm.
Yes. In every navigation, the north direction is very important. Do you agree, Joanne? They
No, I
always
don't know.
they always they always base it in the north.
Why?
That's where you can determine if you are in the wrong direction or not.
Oh, really? So it's like
Yes.
because my father is a seafarer. So if I will ask him how important is
Yeah.
the north as you navigate the sea, because he's the second mate
Yes.
officer, he's
Yes.
usually the ones helping the captain to navigate it. So he has actually all those tools in our house before. And yeah, I didn't know about that they need to follow the north only. I mean, that important. I don't really know the importance of north in their navigation.
By
But
but
probably going to your concept of, the importance of the north, and then you were saying what
mm,
what's the relation of that to this?
Oh, well,
this
I was thinking if you know north, then you know south, you know east, you know
yes.
west.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay.
when
That
you
makes
look
sense.
up, you look for the North Star, Polaris. And if
Yes.
you can see
Yeah.
the star, you can still navigate at night.
Yes. So
Okay.
the reason I have I will give that to you as your assignment, Joanne. You ask your father about the north, the importance of north. Okay?
I mean, I think
Okay?
Stephen already answered that. You have to know the north first, so you know the west and the east and even the
Yes,
south.
correct. Exactly.
It's like the
As
same thing
Exactly.
long
that
as you
we
know
look at
one
the
of those.
globe.
Yeah, as long as you know where north is. But it could be
Yes.
east, west, south. You need to know at least
Yes.
one of them.
Yes.
But finding north is kind of easy because one trick is you could get a needle, magnetize it, put it
Yeah.
on the leaf, put it on water, and you'll point to magnetic north.
And they
Yes.
will also tell where your dog pees or poop. Yeah, there is a science behind that. You will
Yeah.
know where the north is.
Correct. Correct. That's how important the north is. Before knowing the east or the west or the south, the priority is the north. Okay? Now, in relationship, that this will be your north, Stephen. What will be your north? The
Is love my wife.
love your wife. In other words, everything that you say, everything that you do, everything that you will perform within your marriage should be focused or guided with the north, which is to love your wife. And that is written in Ephesians chapter 5.
And to love
For,
her the way Jesus loves the church.
yes, for Joanne, this is your north. Respect.
Respect my
Yes,
husband.
yes, because this is the specific word that God used to be the natural law that is needed by your husband. This is also the natural law that is needed by your wife, Stephen. God did not use the word trust. God did not use the word be faithful. God did not use the word be loyal, but he used the exact word as love. And that coincides with the findings of science that tells us that an emotional being needs to be supplied with love. And do not, there's also an instruction in another verse that husbands, love your wives and do not be harsh to them. That's found in Colossians.
Mhm,
Have you read that? Do not be harsh to them.
mhm.
And it makes sense not to be harsh to the woman because they are emotional beings. For example, if you say stupid to Joanne and you justified it, Joanne may soon burst into tears later on.
Or I will tell him the same thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. 'Di ba?
Yeah.
If a man tells to a woman stupid, the woman's tendency is to cry, especially when the man justifies it. But but if the woman tells the man stupid, I'm sure Stephen will not cry. 'Di ba?
No, I'll probably cry.
Actually, I will not cry. I will be I will
It-
be angry.
well, if if Stephen will justify that, he will explain why you became stupid, why you are like that, why you are like this. Suddenly, you will burst into tears. That's for sure, because women are emotional being. You cannot just assume that you will not cry. Let's see that in the future. Okay. Now, for Stephen, if Joanne will tell you stupid, will you react emotionally, Stephen?
Um, Depending on context and the situation, I might respond emotionally.
But definitely, your first reaction will be to check why why you are being called stupid. You will think about the past incidents. What made me stupid? What made her say that I'm stupid? That will be your first reaction as a logical man, as a logically designed creature. Okay? So I'm giving you what the science have already validated. The wives need love because they are emotional. The husbands need respect because he is a ruler in the house. He is the leader in the house. He is a logical thinker. So don't forget that. And there cannot be two leaders in the house. Okay? Even though the woman is powerful, who can also lead the home, but you cannot both be leaders in the house. There will be chaos. Okay? Imagine a city with two mayors running a city. Even though they don't do anything, in our minds is already chaotic. Imagine a country with two presidents. Even if they don't perform yet their roles or their duties, in our minds, it's already chaotic having two leaders in a country. And how much more in a house? If the woman wants to be a leader also, that would be chaotic. Okay? So only one is assigned to be the leader in the home, and that is the man. That is the male. And since he is assigned to be the leader in the home, a leader requires to be logical. A leader requires to be a thinker. Okay? So let's see how the women are further designed. Look at this. The woman's language. If they say yes, that means no, Stephen. You can find this in Google. If they say no, Stephen, that means yes. If they say we need, that means she wants. Or if she says I'm sorry, it means you'll be sorry. If she says we need to talk, it means Stephen, you are in trouble. Okay. If she says go ahead, you better not, Stephen. Okay. If Joanne says do what you want, she only means you'll pay for this later. If she says I'm not upset, she means of course she is. Okay?
I don't agree. Sorry.
In what in what part? In what part?
In everything. I mean, probably I agree if
The woman to be emotional.
generally yes. I mean, probably the most a lot of if you will generalize women, but if you would be asking me if I am like that, I am not. I can be as direct as Steven because in the last few years of our lives, even before meeting each other,
Mm-hmm.
we are learning how to communicate. And I think part of my what's this Gallup strength, if you've known about that, communication is also one of my strength. And then for me
Mm-hmm.
to communicate my yes as a no, it's a lie. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
see that I am like this, I am this woman. But you can
Mm-hmm.
share, you can tell that to other women that probably yes,
Mm-hmm.
they do speak that language. But I think there will be always exceptions to the rules, because as much as I would want to accept, okay, I can relate to this, I cannot, I'm so sorry. But I cannot
Okay.
really.
Okay, but remember we are talking about natural
Yeah,
instinct or
but because
natural laws.
you are
Yeah.
telling me a while ago, you're telling us a while ago, right, Joanne? It's like for me, I cannot relate. Like probably
Mhm.
you tell this to my sister or to my friend.
Yeah, I
Probably they
understand. Maybe you have a different upbringing. Yes, I
probably
understand. Yeah. Maybe you have a different environment, but
probably
sooner or later, you will remember this.
In the
Okay.
yes.
Bible,
Actually, yeah, we have known about that as well.
in the Bible, it says, "Let your yes be yes and your no no."
Yeah.
This is the woman's language whenever they get emotional. As simple as that.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. But when you are in your good condition, of course, that's where your logic will apply. Okay. Make sense?
I've seen this before.
Mm-hmm.
And I've read Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. I
Mm.
actually would recommend another book called What Every Woman Needs to Know and a
Yeah.
companion book, What Every Man Needs to Know. I really recommend those two books.
You know what? Everything that I read in the books or relationship, everything they say, if it's
Mm,
not, if they are not pointed to the north, which is the Bible,
mhm.
I do not believe in it. So
Yeah.
everything,
John Gray
everything,
is not Christian. John Gray
Yeah. John Gray is not a
yes,
Christian.
is
yes,
not a Christian.
yes,
Um,
as long as it is pointed to the north, what the Bible says about the woman, then I will believe in that book.
so every man needs to know, every woman needs to know. They're a couple, they're a married couple, and they are Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about that?
um it tells you, I mean, they show you the research, but it'll show you the difference between men and women,
I
Mm-mm.
mean,
communication styles,
yeah.
physiologically how the brain's made up. I highly
Mm-mm.
recommend that book.
And probably how they crafted how they would want, like for example, you're teaching us this, probably the difference is that they know how to craft the word to couples,
Mm-mm.
like each couples are different. Like for us, I mean, we will not be talking about, I'm not upset, of course I am, like you mourn those, those words. So
Mm-mm.
probably there are always different styles of speaking to each individuals
Mm.
or partners. So yeah, and I think that that book Stephen is telling us is, yeah, they are so good in crafting how they could share the differences between men and women,
Mm.
and how woman speaks, differently of what they are feeling or thinking to their men at times.
Yes, as long as, again, I will repeat, as long as they are aligned to the original design of
Yep.
human beings, then I will agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
How about the word Ezer? Have you encountered this in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
I-
Mhm. Eve.
The, the wife was called Eve, means Ezer. And it's the
Yeah.
same word God used during emergency, during times when people needs the help of God right away. He calls himself as Ezer, which is the same word that he used for the woman. The woman is God in the flesh
Mhm.
beside you, Stephen. So whatever help that you want, you can find it from Joanne. That's how she is designed. And
Mhm.
that includes your needs, your physical needs, your uh, psychological needs. In case you become irrational, Joanne will make you stable again. Because the woman was someone who would give vital strength to Adam if you read the first box. And Eve was designed to be a corresponding and equal partner for Adam. And presumably it was to alleviate the man's aloneness. In other words, if you are not in your normal condition, if you are not in your natural condition, it is Joanne's job to put you back into your natural state, into your normal state. And I hope that makes sense to both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
read
agree.
that in the Bible? Yeah.
Okay. And so, the required foundation for the husband, this is for a husband, for you to perform your roles effectively, you must have a fear to one true God. And that is
Mhm.
a requirement. Because if you don't have this fear of one true God, you will only believe in yourself. You will only believe in the creation of other human beings. You don't accept God as your source, as your provider. You don't consider God to be the source of your wisdom. If you are like that, then the woman will be in trouble.
That's a common theme in the Bible. To fear God is to have wisdom. Um,
Mm.
Another thing you read, especially in the New Testament, is do you trust the world or do you trust God? And it's a tug of war, it's a conflict. And
Yes.
when you go back to Genesis 3 with the serpent talking to Eve, and when the serpent says, did God really say that? He turned God's command into a question. And then the serpent questions God's character. Is God really good? Does God really love you? Does God really want the best for you?
Well,
So
well, well,
so that being Genesis 3.
that incident of Satan and Eve temptation, that incident is giving doubt to that two human beings about their true self. Satan gave them doubt about their true self when they are already created in the image of God. So Satan created doubt for both
And
of them.
said, God, yeah, he questioned God's character.
Yes,
Made
yes,
them question God's character. Like God, does God love you? Is God good? Does God
yes.
really want to take care of you?
So that's our problem until now in our society. We we deny ourselves the ability that God gave to us to survive. That's our main problem. Self-doubt, which Satan did to these two people. He created doubt in them. The second foundation that a husband is required is to accept God and seek direction for the family. So, if you are entering into a marriage, you don't remain to you should not remain to not have a focus or goal in your life, because the woman she naturally feels to get direction from the husband. If the man is not like that, the woman gets frustrated.
Mhm.
Then in the process, she will get out of the relationship, because a leader should know where he is going. So when a woman comes into the relationship without the husband knowing where to go, the woman will go out of the relationship sooner or later, because the woman desires for direction from the husband as a leader. A husband should believe in God given ability, the self-image, the character that he put to you as a male or as a human being. You should believe in that. You should be a visionary to become, in Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, God put Adam in the garden and instructed him, God instructed Adam to work and take care of the garden. Do you remember that? Genesis chapter 2, verse 15. Now, the word work in Hebrew means to become, and that is having a vision, having a goal in your life. What do you want to be someday? That is the meaning of work in Hebrew, to become.
God gives you the vision.
Yes.
It's not like, hey, I want to do this. I want to do that. To me, that's being selfish and being
Yes.
away what God has
Yes.
planned. God gives you the vision, but you also wait on God's timing. Because it's
Yes.
God that gave Adam the vision to work the garden.
Yeah. So that's the vision that a woman seeks for a man. If he has no vision, then the marriage uh, will be dysfunctional, because as a leader, of course, you should know your goal or your vision in life, because the wife turns to you for direction. Okay?
Yeah.
Turn to the husband for direction. So we have seen a lot of couples, we have seen a lot of annulment cases that boils down from the man or the husband not having a vision for the family. If you don't have a vision, Stephen, Joanne will create the vision for the family. And that will start the malfunctioning in your relationship. Okay? Don't forget that.
My pastor says something similar.
Okay. You will be a teacher to your wife, to your children. As again, as a leader, you are the sole instructor, because God never gave Eve instructions in the garden. And why do you think Eve was able to know the instructions when Satan or the serpent is already talking to her?
It was
Diba?
Adam's job.
Yeah, it was Adam who told her.
Yeah, actually, I noticed
Well,
that a while ago while I was reading Genesis 2 that the instruction of not eating the fruit is from for Adam.
yes.
Was
Yeah,
given to Adam.
And,
And
yeah.
Adam was by Eve. When Eve was talking with serpent, Adam was passive and stood by Eve,
Mm,
and he heard everything.
yes.
mm,
So it was so, it was so because the husband is designed to be the teacher to the wife and the family. Okay? Because again, there should be no two instructors in the house. The children will just get confused if there are two leaders giving instructions. Okay? The children will just get confused. As a husband, the required foundation also from you, Stephen, is to be a protector. Diba? That's the exact instructions God gave to Adam in the Garden of Eden. Take care and protect. Secure your family. Cultivator, tiller, this is one area that I want to give emphasis.
emphasis.
Yes, emphasis. That as a cultivator, as a tiller, if you want to make the plant fruitful, if you want to make a tree fruitful, you should cultivate the plant. And that includes your wife. Whatever you want to see from Joanne, you will be the one who will invest on that, Stephen. You improve your wife as to what's on your mind. If you want Joanne to be a good cook, you send her to a culinary school, something like that. So whatever improvement you want to see from your wife, it is your job, Stephen, to do it according to what's on your mind. Now, for the wife, as a helper or ezer in Hebrew, as I've explained a while ago, you are the takbuhan ng husband for emergency cases niya. Umapaw yung kanyang sperm, ikaw yung sasalo niyan, Joanne, no? In whatever way that you learn. I will not teach you on that, but make your own research about that, okay? Because the male generates sperms every day. And when that time comes, when he has to release some, you should be ready. Now, let's go back to the concept of the wife not in the mood.
Takbuhan means, Steven, do you know already what takbuhan is?
Not
Takbuhan is like a support. You
okay.
should
Yeah.
be you should be there for your husband, especially, not just in the emergency cases, but most definitely in the emergency cases or even in a daily basis. You will be the helper, you will be the suitable partner or support for your husband.
Yes, that's why we are detailing each area in the relationship, if
And
you
now
will
he's
notice.
detailing about sex life.
Yes. Okay.
It's like
So
I'm an interpreter. Just kidding.
yes. So when that time comes, when you have to release Stephen, Joanne must be available. But the question is, what if you don't feel? What if you're not in the mood of giving what Stephen needs from you? Remember this principle of a car that needs maintenance. Before you board a car, for that car to function well, that needs maintenance.
Maintenance.
Yeah? Sa Tagalog, conditioning or kukondisyon mo yung sasakyan bago mo sakyan.
Hmm.
You will condition the car before you board the car, Stephen. So if Joanne is not in the mood of having sex,
Your
what will
condition is
you will condition her, Stephen. And that is a principle.
actually from the marriage counseling I've attended, not marriage counseling, it's a marriage retreat or seminar for couples because I
Mhm.
volunteered to one. I was single. I was single when I was volunteering as one of the as this photographers, but
Okay.
photographers has to be in there. So
Yes.
every sessions I have heard, even in this area of marital intimacy,
Okay.
um, they told us about. I mean, they told the participants and even myself
Mm.
about conditioning your wife because usually it
Mm-mm.
is not what's this it's not innate for the wife or for the woman to to have to release that,
Yes.
especially the physical intimacy together.
Yes.
So they give some tips to the men that they told each husbands in the room to, if you want to have a very good and satisfying night of your life,
Mm-mm.
you should be preparing your wife the days before, even from the in the morning, of preparing them emotionally,
Yes.
nurturing them, that it at night you don't even need to ask them, they will know, and then they will
Yes.
reciprocate that more than you would ever think or imagine. And then the women were like, and then
So
the men, okay.
to sum it all, so Joanne, to sum it all, it is called conditioning.
Yeah.
In the morning, you will tell her already. Oh, pwede ba tayo mamaya?
Yeah, tell, inform. You can be informed. You can
Yes.
inform, communicate,
Yes.
or what's this? What are the practical? I mean, serve your wife or do something that you are not really doing on a daily basis, or give
Oo
some
nga.
flowers. Know their love language. Yeah, and then there was that the ones giving the session is that they will be more than willing to serve you in all your needs, even your
Yes.
marital, I mean, intimacy needs, not
Yes.
just for the night, but even for the day, if they feel that love, their love tank is so full.
Yes. Yes. So in other words, Stephen, don't surprise Joanne. You need to tell Joanne ahead of time. So she will be ready. Okay, Stephen?
Maybe not, yeah. For the benefit of Steven, he's not the type of person who will tell everything, probably. But I will see in his action because his love language is service. He likes to serve. He likes to affirm. So
Okay.
yeah.
So that's good. You like surprises, Joanne?
Ah, it
What
depends. If it's a good surprises, why not?
So what if you have monthly period? How will you tell Stephen, di ba?
If I have a monthly period and I have a good relationship with Steven, or we are in a good, why not? But for example, if I'm already, you know, in a time that I'm very stressed and probably Steven is not really meeting my emotional needs, probably it will be
Mm,
hard and
yes.
challenging for me to give at
And
the
what's
same time.
what's the key for this situation, Stephen? You know what's the key?
Love.
The key is to know her monthly period.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah. So you will never expect because the moment she rejected you, that's a very serious violation to the man.
Mm,
The moment a man is rejected, and the second time you rejected him, that is already he will never get interested with you anymore. The third time you rejected. So what's the key for that not to happen? You should know the dates of her monthly period so you don't expect and you will not be rejected. Because the excitement level is too high whenever a man has to release something. And the moment it's rejected, it causes the man to malfunction.
And there are always different ways to do that, right? It's not just that type of, full intercourse of
Yes,
man
yes,
and women. So I have learned that to some of my friends, to some of the seminars that I've read, there are always things to do that, especially of the limitation of the women's physical body. Like, for example, we just got pregnant, we just
yes,
delivered the baby or we're pregnant. Of course, there are limitations, but there are ways on how
yes,
you
yes,
can help your man to satisfy his needs as
yes,
unto the
and
Lord.
yes, and you should know them. Those
Hmm.
ways you should know knowledge.
Yes.
Okay.
For now, I did not ask specifically yet, but maybe in time,
Yes.
and we will know definitely.
But again, remember the principle: knowledge about it.
Hmm. Yeah.
So you don't experiment. Okay. Okay. The wife is there is to provide strength to the man when he is in his abnormal condition. Okay? You give compliment to him. That's what he needs on a daily basis. If he failed to get the compliment from his boss or from his clients, then it is your job, Joanne, to compliment him. And you honor his decisions. At the end of the day, if he consulted you for a certain problem, then he still decided on that on his own. That means after consulting you, that means he balanced the decision and he decided on that based on what is best. Because again, the man is created to be logical and they may have or we may have better ideas. Okay? Submit to his vision. Now, here's the problem when the man has no vision. The
Hmm.
woman will create the vision for the family. Now, if there is already a vision by the husband and the wife created another vision, you will have two visions in the house. And two means DI. D, DI. Remember the word dialogue? It means two people talking, right? Two means DI. And two visions means divisions. That gives you division in
Divisions.
the house. Okay? Because
Should be
you will,
one.
yes, because if both of you have your own visions, you will focus on your vision. You will focus on your vision and you create a space in the middle. You will not
Mhm.
be able to talk anymore. You will not be able to spend quality time anymore because you are focusing on your respective visions. And that's the
Mhm.
reason why only the male is instructed by God to have a vision.
What if God revealed a vision to woman?
I tell that to your husband.
Okay, and then we will see if it's the same.
Yes. Better tell that to your
Yeah.
husband and you put it in one direction.
Yeah.
Okay? Reminds him of his vision. When the husband,
Hmm.
we also feel depressed, we also feel depressed sometimes, we also feel weak sometimes. So if Stephen told you his vision long ago and he seems to be waywarding or misfocusing, you remind him of what
Mm.
he told you long before. Okay? So that's your role. That's why the wife is called light of the house because I don't understand that before. Now I truly
Mm.
understand what does it mean to be a light in the house.
Mm-hmm.
It only means you serve as a reminder to your husband. Okay? So that's the true meaning of being a light.
Reminder.
Yeah, reminder.
Yeah, we are the ones reminding if we put into light the things
Yes,
that he needs to know.
yes, because most wives who did not go into the right counseling, they usually blame the husband if they don't know what to do, no? They will blame the husband. I told you not to do that. But why you're still doing? No. Here's the wife telling the husband, giving direction to the husband. The husband will never like it. Okay.
Serve as a light. Sorry, I have sir. Can you please share
Uh,
again,
Can we have a
sirs?
copy of your PowerPoint slide?
yeah, I can share this to the drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Service light of the home. Okay.
Mhm.
Then the father's description again. You are the source of your family, your wife,
Mhm.
your children, your own bones and flesh. You're the provider of all the needs of the family. You provide the budget for all needs. You sustain the needs of the entire family. You make sure that everything is there. Consistency. You ensure the food is available, the shelter is manageable and comfortable, and all that family requires later on. The mother's job description, you are the law enforcer in the home. The leader, the husband, gives instructions, then you enforce the instructions in the home to the children. You remind the children of the father's law. And this is where there should be no two givers of instructions in the home. Only
Mm-hmm.
one should give instruction so as not to confuse the children.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem also happens when the husband does not give instructions. The wife will give instructions. And when the children does not want to obey, they will answer back the mother.
Mm-hmm.
They will become disrespectful
Mm-hmm.
because there's no husband to back up the instructions of the wife.
Question. For the first description, you are the law enforcer in the home.
Yes.
I'm still studying the Bible on disciplining children, if God should bless us with children.
Yes.
I was thinking it's the guy that would spank, if we do spank, our child. You're saying the mom should do it, or is this miscommunication, or
Okay. Joanne can only enforce laws if the husband gave laws. Okay?
Way understood it is like, for example, Stephen, you are the ones giving
The law, the
the
instructions.
rules, the
Yeah, the rules.
okay,
instructions to the house. If our
okay,
children will behave like this is
okay,
what you are. This is what we're going to do. So it's like, for if
Mm-mm.
I'm away or if I'm not here, I mean,
okay,
we have the same mindset of what we need to
okay,
do. So you, as my
Yes.
wife, you are there to support me to enforce this law to our children. If our children will disobey,
uh-huh,
then you have actually, the rights to, reprimand something, but basically they are disobeying the rules their father gave to this household. That's how I understood it.
then who
Yes.
spanks the kid? You spank the kid, or I spank the kid?
So I think it depends on the
Y-
how will you.
You know what? You know what? The children are more afraid with the
The
fathers
father.
Mhm,
because
yeah.
Okay,
they know the fathers are stronger.
yeah.
They're
So
more
who will
afraid with the
spank
father.
the kids, the
So
father?
it's
The
the father,
father.
right?
The
Yeah.
father. Yes.
Yeah, I
Because
actually,
If it's only
sorry.
extremely necessary.
Yes, I'm actually trying to process what you're sharing to us right now. So it's like, for example, since the children disobeyed or the child disobeyed
Mm-hmm.
the law given or the rules given to this household,
Mm-hmm.
this child will be accountable basically to his parents, to his or her parents, but
Mm-hmm.
definitely first to the one who made the
Mm-hmm.
rules of the house.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yes.
that is the father. So I think, yeah, I
Yes.
think the father would give, stronger, you know,
Rules.
I mean, strong. I mean, if the father will do the spanking or the
Mm-hmm.
disciplining,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So it's like the mother. Like for me, I will just relay this to Stephen. Stephen, the child disobeyed like this and like that. So I will just tell him this, and then Stephen has to enforce, what should be done. I mean,
Mm.
what happened when we disobey? What happened to the family when we do this and do that?
No mother would like to spank her kid. No
It's
mother.
hard.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard for a woman to spank, for a mother to spank her kid. Did you know that the first one to look for by God after disobedience was Adam. It was Adam. He never looked for Eve. You return to Genesis later on.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Where are
remember it.
you? Where are you?
Yeah.
God said, "Where
Adam
are
was
you?"
responsible. It
Oh,
was
it was
Adam's responsibility.
yes, because
Mm,
he was the one responsible for everything.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yes. The mother, it is for you to nurture the children.
You cannot nurture at
Okay?
the same time as spank when they
Yes.
disobey.
Okay? So it is your responsibility to make sure that the babies or the children are fed well, they are provided, protected well while the husband is working. So the original setup is still there. It should not be tampered with while the husband is away in the forest or in the woods getting food for the family. It's still the original concept should be there. Okay? You manage the budget, you save money for the family, your husband will love you more if you give respect to what he is earning, if you manage the finances well. Because sooner or later, I'm telling you, Joanne, when the time comes when you have children to take care of, you will never like to work anymore. You will rather stay
Yeah.
at home to take care of your children because you are not designed to be a provider.
Mm.
You convert your house into an exciting place like heaven. Stephen
Let's make
gives you,
heaven.
yeah. Stephen gives you a house. You make it a home, an exciting place to come home early for Stephen to come home early. Okay, Joanne? That's part of your job
Yeah.
description. Okay. Do you still need break or we
Oh,
will
can you
finish
can you go
this?
back again? Sorry, the last part.
Okay.
You keep yourself beautiful 24/7. Yeah, that's actually
Oh,
Keep
yeah,
yourself
yeah, yeah.
beautiful.
You keep yourself
yeah.
beautiful 24/7. Even though you gave birth already, you maintain your figure, you maintain your your prettiness so that Stephen will not look to other women.
Hmm.
Stephen, you will only look straight directly to Joanne. Okay? And it's your responsibility, Joanne, to make yourself beautiful all the time.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
naturally beautiful. Just kidding.
now, for the supplies, however, take note of this, Stephen. For the supplies like the makeup, the lipstick, and everything, the spa, the expenses for that, Stephen, is on your account. Okay, that's on your account as part of the cultivator responsibility. Okay, whatever you sow, you will reap. Remember that principle. So if you don't give any budget for Joanne to make herself beautiful, you saw what you reap. If he becomes Losyang, if she becomes Losyang, what is Losyang
Losyang
in
is like uh
bagsak,
losyang.
bagsak ng katawan.
No, it's still Tagalog.
Yeah.
Losyang is like you imagine a 30-year-old woman that looks 49 or
Yes.
with wrinkles or something. Yeah.
Yes, yes. That's Losyang, Stephen. So you cannot afford for Joanne to look Losyang. Huh?
Yeah.
So that's another principle that you need to learn. Now, do
CR
you,
break.
yeah, do you need break? 5 minutes?
CR 5 minutes.
Sige, sige. Break mo tayo, Stephen.
I've been
Okay.
drinking a lot of water.
Are we good? Are
Okay.
we learning?
Yes, we do. I'm taking notes as well.
Thank
Okay.
you, Stephen.
Feedback.
See you 5 minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
5 minutes. welcome back.
Hi, welcome back. So we
I
have
really appreciate your when you break down like the Hebrew words or the Greek words when you do the
yes,
definition. I
yes.
really like that.
Wow, thank you, Stephen. How about Joanne? I hope she likes it also. I think she's eating now.
Um, Another interesting piece you bring in Genesis 3
Yes.
is when God curses Adam, how he curses the land, he has to till the soil, and
Mm,
by the sweat of your brow, this is the
yes.
thorns. And then
Yes.
when you look at Jesus Christ, they actually put the curse of the land on his head.
Yes. Yes.
Nailed to it.
That's how important the position of the male in the world.
Hey, welcome back, Joanne. And then when he curses Eve, when he says your desire will be for the husband, when you look
Yes.
at that word desire in Hebrew, it's
Mm,
the same word that God warned for Cain, how sin has a desire for you. And that word
yes.
desire in Hebrew means control. So that's one
Yes.
of the verses. You're the wife, the woman will want to have control over the husband.
Yes, he will. Joanne, the wife will always have a desire to see her husband. The wife will always have the desire for the husband to be beside her, to protect her all the time. Just like the feelings of a baby, of course, don't forget that principle. The natural feelings of a baby, of a child, to be protected all the time, to
30 more
be,
minutes, 9
yeah,
o'clock.
to be cared for all the time. We have remaining, I think, 34 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, let's proceed. The do's and don't to each other. These are all written in the manual, in the Constitution of God, which is the Bible. From the North or the GPS that we call respect, this is what you should do, Joanne, to provide that respect requirement for your husband. What is that? Number one, not nagging your husband is a show of respect. Okay? You know the word nagger already, right? uh, Nagging means constantly harassing someone to do something. Okay, that's nagging. So you don't have to repeat it all the time when the other person is not a person with disability. Okay, if he is not a PWD, you don't have to repeat it all the time. So not nagging your husband is a show of respect. Not disrespecting his time at work. When he is working, when you very well know that he is working, you should give him the time to focus on his work. Not buying things without his consent is a show of respect, even though it is your own money. So even though if it's your own resources, you have to tell Stephen what things you will buy for the house. For small things, you don't need to argue about that. But for the major things, you have to talk about that. If you want to put limit, like for example, you tell me if you're buying things around or above $1,000 or $500, you let me know, even though if it's your money, because again, the husband may have a better idea for what you are buying. Okay? Not trusting your husband is a show of disrespect. So you have to trust your husband all the time. But do not forget, Stephen, that the moment you violate the trust, you will never be trusted again. Your actions, your words, the next time will always be suspected. Okay? Again, first and single violation of natural laws have built-in punishments. And that's the reason why the moment the husband committed infidelity, all his next actions, all his next words will always be evaluated, will always be under investigation. Okay? That's a single violation. That's the result of single violation. So never expect that you will be forgiven. Never expect that you will have a second chance. Never, never expect that. It is not always available. Second chance is not always available to anyone. Not organizing your home is a show of disrespect. Again, make your home like heaven, a place where everybody wants to come home to early. Ignoring your husband is a sign or is an act of disrespect. Ignoring your husband is a sign of disrespect. Mother slash wife, the love that your wife or the mother required, Stephen, protecting and caring her is loving. Not saying harsh words to her is loving. Being affectionate to her 24/7 is loving. Not forgetting special dates and occasion is loving her. You know, as logical creatures, we tend to forget special dates and occasion after we get married. Why? Our mind is filled in with obligations. That's why we tend to forget the special days and occasion. But the ladies, the mothers, the wife, they all remember special dates and occasion. Okay? Not spending too much time on gadgets, friends, social life is loving her. Not shy when showing love to her in public is loving her. Not telling other woman beautiful is loving her. So you should only tell beautiful to your wife, no one else. Okay? Now, in chapter 3 of Genesis, this is what Stephen's talking about. In verse 1, to Adam he said, because you listened to your wife. The first time I read this line, I questioned, why? Is it bad to listen to the wife? When I studied further, when I learned that the man is the leader and the ruler of the house, then I began to understand that the husband is the teacher, not the other way around. It, the husband does not like a woman dominating his life. A husband does not like his wife teaching him what to do. Naturally, the husband does not like it. Why? Because the setup is the man is the ruler, the wife is the partner in enforcing the rules of the leader.
When I
Good.
read that verse, I saw it as Adam chose Eve instead of choosing God. He had a choice. Do I choose God or do I choose Eve? He chose Eve.
Yes, that's declaring independence to God. Remember, again, God's government is a kingdom. We are not entitled to choose. We are obligated to obey to a king. That's the difference. They chose to be independent. They declared independence to God. So they were cast out afterwards. Di ba? Remember? They were cast out of the Garden of Eden. And God put cherubims as guard in the garden. That is the environment God created for a relationship to function well. The Garden of Eden was never found. Everything else in the Bible was found by archaeologists except for the Garden of Eden. Why? They cannot find that because it's an environment. It's not a place. It's an environment. Eden means environment. And the marriage is supposed to function well inside that environment created by God. That's why they were cast out. They declared independence. And what happens next was a brother killing his brother. The guidance was no more, God's divine guidance was no more present in their lives. Okay? And this is the reason why the woman feels to be nurtured, supplied with everything that she needs, because God said, "Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil, you will eat fruit from it all the days of your life." because you got married. When we are single, we have responsible parents. Our parents provide everything that we need. Remember the situation in the Garden of Eden? Everything was there for Adam. All the fruits, all the trees, all the animals, everything, even the four rivers mentioned, the Tigris River, the Euphrates River, and the two other rivers, they are filled with precious stones. That's what parents do to us. They provide everything that we need. But the moment we get married, our parents is not responsible anymore to provide for our needs. It will be our own provision. We will have to provide for ourselves. And that's what God is telling Adam. Through painful toil, you will eat food from it all the days of your life
When you,
because you disobey, because you got married.
when you go to verse 18, it talks about the thorns and thistles. And that's how I was
Yes,
mentioning about Jesus Christ. He put the sin on his head,
yes,
ground is cursed,
because
thorn and
Jesus,
thistles, and
yes,
he wore it
because
as a crown.
yes, because Jesus is the answer for us to get back to live
Yeah, relationship. Yeah.
under the kingdom standards. So relationship must be under the kingdom standards, not under the standards of this world. If you want your relationship to function, okay? To the woman,
And
he
you,
said,
hmm?
Stephen, what's that?
Oh no. And you see that throughout the Bible, like in the New Testament, like the Colossians chose to live by the world standard instead of living by God's standard. And so Paul
Yes,
had to write a letter saying choose God. Same thing in Colossians. Paul wrote a letter. Don't worship angels, worship God.
yes,
Need Jesus and only Jesus. It's not Jesus and it's
yes,
Jesus Christ alone.
yes. Did you know that for all the apostles in the New Testament, only Paul understood the kingdom standards. It was only Paul who understand the marriage design as originally uh, narrated in the Genesis. It was only Paul who totally understand the kingdom setup of a family.
But didn't Peter also talk about marriage in First Peter? How he says to treat the woman, the weaker sex, because they are of equal value.
Yeah,
In
the three other apostles, yes, they understand some, but for the rest of the apostles, like uh, I just don't remember the names. When one time, if you remember, when one time when Jesus was approached again in that incident, is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any reason?
Mhm.
If you go down further in the verses, the apostles concluded if that is the case, it's better not to get married, di ba? It's better to be single. Mas mabuti pang wag na lang mag-asawa, sabi nung isang apostle doon.
You
If
set that in Tagalog.
yeah. It's better not to get married. In Tagalog version, yes, that's what you will read. Mas mabuti pang wag na lang mag-asawa. It's better for a person not to get married because not everybody can accept the duties or the standards of marriage. Not all human beings can or willing to do the standards set by the kingdom of heaven. Okay? Now, he's you are mentioning a while ago the statement your desire will be for your husband.
Mhm. Your
The
desire,
yeah,
your control.
yeah, the next line says he will rule over you.
Yes.
And that makes sense when the male, the husband wants to rule over the relationship, over the family because he is tasked to do such role. Okay? And so in First Corinthians chapter 14, verse 35, Paul confirmed this setup that if the wives want to learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home. So it becomes our responsibility, Stephen, to, again, as a cultivator, to improve our wife in those areas that we want her to have. Like, for example, in our marriage relationship with my wife now, she is a nursing graduate and I have a legal background. I've been working in law offices for 10 years. Then I became HR admin, etc. Now, I understand the law, but she does not because she came from a IT industry. She worked as web developer and her course was nursing. And for her to understand the law, I had to enroll her in the law school. I sent her to the UP also for her to understand the legal or the laws of this country. And that gave us the opportunity to talk more, to discuss more about relationship because she understands the family code also. You understand the benefits of cultivating your wife? That gives you more time for each other. That gives you more time to to get ideas from each other. Even though I'm the ruler, I'm the leader of the house, I have to get her ideas also. And I have to balance it. Which one is better? Because there are some things that woman can think of which us husband cannot think of. There might be they may have better ideas also during the time that we are not normal. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, now no one knows the product well other than the one who made the product. Of course, only the manufacturer can tell us the exact design of the male and the female, and this is the reason why Paul totally understand the setup in a marriage. The husband is the king, the wife is the queen, who was designed to be emotional. The king was designed to be logical. That's why the wives are being instructed to submit to the husbands, to submit to the husband's vision, to submit to the husband's leadership. Otherwise, magsasabong kayo. You know, what's sabong in English? Joanne? Sabong.
Yeah, no need for someone like there will be fights, big fights, like a
There will be
cockpit fight.
yes.
I agree.
Yeah, so it
Yeah.
makes sense for a woman to bow down temporarily para hindi mag-away, para hindi kayo magsabog. To submit to the husband's direction. Okay? The right organizational setup to the family from the beginning is this. The roles and responsibilities are very clear. Each should understand its roles. Within marriage, husband and wives have distinct roles and responsibilities. So these are the particular verses that tells us about it. Okay? You will have these slides naman later on. Supply each other these needs. The hierarchy of needs. And
Maslow.
yeah, every one of you, each of you needs these supplies. Okay? Even though Joanne is your baby, Joanne, Stephen needs this also as a human being. So you supply each other of these needs, but Joanne needs this more. Huh, Stephen? You know, if you study Jesus, this is the finding of science, right? This is the finding of Abraham Maslow. If you study Jesus, he turned this upside down. The priority, you should live according to priority for you to live longer. So the priority is the self-fulfillment. Jesus turned this upside down. The self-actualization is it should be your priority. You realize first your abilities, your capacity. You should know that first. That's why he told the apostles, why are you worrying what you will wear, what you will drink, what you will where will you sleep, di ba? Why do you worry about these things? It only means to prioritize your need and you will be effective. So how to have a strong marriage with a strong foundation? It is written here. The true keys to success in life, as I have introduced in the beginning, the knowledge about your position, how to be a good husband or wife, and being better later, you must get the right information and it should be aligned.
Understanding.
Yeah, it should be aligned to the Bible. Understanding, making sure it's aligned to the original design, and then application, doing the principles learned.
And wise or wisdom.
Yes, yes. You will only confirm the knowledge the moment you understand it and the moment you apply them.
Mhm.
Then you will become wise. Successful practice.
And
Consistent,
repetition.
again, consistency, 24/7, all seasons, be like a statue. You are not
Mhm.
moved by any troubles. You are not moved by any trials. You stand firm to what you believe to be right. And when we say right, it should be the Bible.
Mhm.
And this formula was already given in
Mhm.
Proverbs. This is the
24. Hey,
yeah,
I sent that to Joanne last night.
yes, this is the same formula that every success in life should be used. You start with knowledge, then you understand, then you become wise after application. Wisdom means applied science. And we talk about science, which means dumaan or it went through a process of understanding, of test, of trial.
Here's a fun challenge because Proverbs has 31 chapters. So each month, just
Yes.
read a proverb a day. And then certain months, if it's only 30, read, 30 and 31. But
Yeah,
when you read it, there's a pattern.
yes. There's a lot of principles there.
Mhm.
Wisdom of King Solomon, di ba? That's what he prayed. That's what he prayed to God to have wisdom.
Yeah, he had wisdom, he had understanding, but he did not apply it. He
Yes.
went against his own wisdom.
Yes, he did not apply it. That's the problem. Okay. So here we go. We are now in the concluding part. The perfect cake versus the perfect marriage. Now, I'd like to ask you, do you believe that there is a perfect marriage? You don't believe, Joan?
There's no perfect marriage in this world, only a perfect God.
Okay. How about you, Stephen?
I agree with John. We are fallen. We're sinful. Adam and Eve, because of original sin, we fell on this side of heaven. We are going to struggle. Even with marriage, we're going to struggle. But we have a perfect God, and God loves us, and God
Okay.
shows us much love and much grace.
Okay. This is what I want you to take note. The sin of Adam and Eve is their sin alone. It's their will. They exercise their will to disobey. When we were born
So
as a
you're
baby, when we were born as a baby, do we have sin already?
Yes, original
yes.
sin. It is
Uh,
in our nature. We have a sinful nature. The idea that we are neutral or we're still good, that's more, I would say, the world. That is not in the Bible.
okay, maybe you need to do more research, Stephen, about that. Because again, you have the will or the power to obey and disobey. And as a baby, we are very fresh. We have no sin. That's why Jesus called the children, they are the kingdom of God. You remember
Um,
that?
yes, he did say, "Let the children come to me," because the disciples were trying to keep them
Yes,
away. But we are sinful. That's why we need Christ. Because if we were born good, then there's no need for Jesus Christ because we're born good. And We can't get to heaven by our own works. We're not saved by works. We're saved by faith and faith alone, so that no one could boast. One person can say, I'm better than that person, or I'm better than this person. No, all men have failed. According to the Bible in Romans, all men fall short from the glory of God. And for the price of the wages of sin is death. And it's only through Christ Jesus that we have salvation. So all men, whoever is born, doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your skin color, doesn't matter your gender, all men
Okay.
fall short from the glory
Okay.
of God.
Okay.
Right. I agree.
Okay. With that line of argument, that goes conflict to what Jesus said about the children. They are the kingdom of God. And as I further study
I mean, I
about
think
this,
there's a context about that, but what could be the relation of that to this slide so that we can move forward?
because we have the wrong mindset that
What's the wrong mindset about that?
we don't believe that there is a perfect marriage.
Oh, so you believe that there's a perfect marriage?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think I get your context about having the perfect marriage because there's perfect God. I mean, from the very start, God created this. It's just the man that, sinned. That's why there is no perfect marriage. That's why I told you a while ago that in this world, the context of in this world, there is no perfect marriage.
Because you have not seen one.
It's not that
Yeah.
I've seen great marriages. I have people that I know.
Mm-hmm.
뭐
Yeah.
그래요? 우리 다 지금 미팅 그대해요. Um, I know people that have awesome marriages and they're Christians. It's
Okay.
just that as sinful men, we will sin. We sin, whether we know it or not, we sin constantly. It is our nature to sin.
Okay.
We also have the world. The world is fallen.
Okay.
Even without Satan, we will still gravitate towards sin because that is our nature.
Okay. Think about this, Stephen. Is being saved automatic?
Being saved, we're saved by faith. We choose, actually, it's God. God chooses us. Before
Yeah.
he
Is
created
it?
the Garden of Eden,
Oh,
God,
sorry. I think to discuss that further, we are discussing about salvation here. So I
Oo
think
nga.
it could
Because
it can create a lot of argument if we continue, scrutinizing a lot of that. But I'm more interested about this. So I would want to hear more of the context you would want to say about the perfect marriage, because I think Stephen and I will be just talking a lot about our faith. Of course, we would want to
mm, yeah,
respect your belief,
okay.
because I am trying to marry what you are sharing here right now to what also our worldview. But
Mm-mm.
yeah, so it's like I'm more interested about how we'll connect everything. It's not for us to, argue and discuss
Okay.
further on this.
Because having the wrong mindset will not give you the result that you wanted. Do you desire for a happy life, happy marriage, Stephen and Joanne?
Of
yeah,
course.
Yeah. Then if you have the wrong mindset, you will never have that.
Yes, definitely. I agree.
Yeah, that's the subconscious mind talking. You don't
Mm-hmm.
believe in perfect marriage, so you will never have that. Because that is what you believe in. That's your subconscious mind telling you that it's not possible. That's what Christianity teaches us. I'm telling you. I've been a
Mm-hmm.
religious leader. I've been a religious leader for many years. And a lot of things they didn't teach
Yeah.
me. A lot of principles they didn't teach because for some reason, for example, do you believe that God instructed us to multiply and count children, multiply children?
that's in Genesis. Yes, God commanded
Yes,
us to be fruitful and multiply.
the multiplication is not the babies. Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
When a religion tells the members to multiply, then that's additional member.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The religion is not teaching us the right principles. So for every marrying members, if they are taught be fruitful and multiply, so they will raise children, they will produce offspring, that's additional members for the religion.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely, what I'm telling you, if you have the wrong mindset, you will never have the right result.
Yeah. So can you tell us more about what perfect marriage is?
Okay, think about this.
Mm-hmm.
The cake is a result of a process. Process of what?
Mm-hmm.
Careful research of the right steps, careful purchase of the right ingredients, and careful study of the right formula. What
Mm-hmm.
else?
That's right.
What else? Right environment, right
Mm-hmm.
mood, right timing.
That's right.
Are you in the right environment? Is it cold? Is it hot? Or are you in the right mood to create that cake? Or are you in the right timing? A perfect marriage is a result of a process. Two, process of what? Careful research of the right person. So it is
Mm-hmm.
being chosen or selected at step one, not in step two. What is his background? Where does he came from? How he was raised by his family or how she was raised by his family. The right ingredients involves the character of the person. The right formula, this is what we've been talking now.
Mm-hmm.
The north, the direction that you should be using for you to enjoy a
Yeah.
happy relationship. What else? The right timing. Is it the right time for you to get married?
Mm-hmm.
You should have the right mindset as well. You should be
Yeah.
in the right place when you get married. Everything else is a test to your relationship if they happen
Beyond.
beyond your
Right.
control. So, if you, that is very evident. A perfect marriage, I have asked a lot of participants in our counseling, and
Okay.
I can only say that the religions are very successful in teaching what is beneficial to them,
Mm-hmm.
not not what is beneficial to the family. That's why I removed myself. I disassociated myself from any religion anymore. I need God more directly than this religion.
Mm-hmm.
Because religions are created to
By
connect
men.
to God. Yeah, to get to connect to God. But Jesus did not bring a religion. He brought a kingdom. He never brought a religion. Take note of that.
Right. You know, Angelo, when you are sharing right now that a perfect marriage is a result of a process too, when you gave us this items, now I can, say that now you have a point, you have a context. So I think it depends, it varies on the context. But for example, if you will be asking a person, like literally just, knowing their thoughts, definitely there will be people who will say there's none because of their context. But
Yeah,
as you share more of your details, yeah, definitely I can agree with you.
yeah, because that's
What's
the reason. That's the reason. If we are taught the wrong information, it will be stored in our subconscious mind, and that's where we get our reactions to a particular subject.
what's your definition of a perfect marriage?
This one, yeah, that I think that this is definition.
My definition: having a peaceful, joyful, and prosperous married life. That should be the outcome. Because if you don't get that, because that's the promises, di ba? That's the promises made when you follow the commandments in terms of relationship. Di ba? I've seen a lot of couples, they are becoming uh, fruitful, they are becoming uh, joyous, very peaceful family because that's the result of their being committed to each other and by doing their roles to each other.
If I
Yeah.
see perfect marriage as being fruitful, as you see the fruit of the spirit in the marriage, you see kindness, you see joy, you see
Yes, yes,
love, you
yes.
see patience, self-control, gentleness, then
All of those should be evident
yeah,
inside
it
the
should be
marriage.
evident.
Inside the marriage. Di ba? There was no promise in the Bible that never materialized. Only the Bible can promise us blessings after complying. Di ba?
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
will have
obey.
you will have the joyful, prosperous, peaceful relationship inside the family. Kaya nga sabi ng Proverbs, di ba? Proverbs says, there will be rooms full of rare and precious treasures.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it is always possible to have a perfect marriage, and that is evident to a country. If you see a country that don't need jails, then people are not stealing. Then people are being provided with what their needs inside the home. Okay, check about the countries that has a lower crime rate. Check the families.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a country between France and Italy. I think it's a small country that don't have jail, that don't have military. And I was surprised. It's possible for a country to have a peaceful uh, environment. No one is stealing from you. Nobody is stealing from the government. Everybody is functional. And if we say it's
Mm-hmm.
not, and if we say it's not possible, then I can see that there's a problem in teaching us, in the teachings of this religion. The moment the religion tells you that you are imperfect, then we begin to have problems. Who told you that we are not perfect? But when God made everything, He said everything is good. Check the meaning of the word good. It is perfect.
He said that in Genesis 1, in
Yes,
Genesis
yes.
2.
And
Yeah,
check
Genesis 3, no.
because the disobedience happened already, Stephen. They disobeyed already. So again, the concept of kingdom, you are not entitled to your standards. You must follow consistently God's
Mm-hmm.
standards if you want to enjoy a fruitful and lasting relationship.
Yeah, that's holiness.
Yes. Again, it's God who told us that everything He made was good, and good means
Mm-hmm.
perfect in Hebrew.
Right.
It's the teachings of Christianity that tells us that we are sinful. Jesus' death did not make us automatically saved. We have to decide on that.
Mm-hmm.
So if we claim that everything is saved, everyone is saved, it is by choice. How will you say that to the Chinese Buddhists? How will you say that to the Muslims if they don't accept Jesus? It's still subject to our decision
Yeah.
being saved.
We
Okay?
are all saved by grace.
Not automatically.
Not automatically. We have to accept. We have to
Yes.
do our part.
It
Yeah,
is
you're right.
still
You're
it
right
is
in that matter. Yeah.
yeah, it is still under our decision.
Yeah, we cannot say that we are Christians or we can have eternal life just because something like this happened. So,
Yeah, so the truth shall set us free. When we have the truth, what do we feel? 'Di ba? We are free from misguided decisions. We are free from miscommunications. We are free from troubles
mhm,
if we have the truth. And the Bible is not a religious book.
it is
Jesus
not.
did not bring a religion.
Mm-hmm.
Religious people are the number one enemies of Jesus Christ. He did not join any of them. He did not join the Sanhedrin Council. He did not join the Pharisees, the Sadducees. He
Mm-hmm.
was bringing back the kingdom of God. So the Bible is not a book of suggestions. It is a constitution that contains natural laws. The Bible is about the government, which is a kingdom, not a democratic country. A kingdom is headed by a king or one ruler. A kingdom has no senate, no congress. Every word of kings are laws, not suggestions. You are not entitled to your opinion. God's standards will never go down to please us.
Mhm.
Amen.
Democracy is from the Greek philosophy, democratia, and it has a due process. Marriage is under the jurisdiction of natural laws. The Greek philosophies already exists 500 years before Jesus Christ. And so the mindset, you can see the mindset was very strong, the negative mindset. And so the very first word that Jesus used is to repent. And repent means to change the way you think. It is not to sob in the altar and be sorrow for our sins. Repent in Hebrew means change the way you think. Or in Greek, metanoia.
Metanoia. Mhm.
Yes. So democracy, the concept of democracy is brought here by Christianity through the Romans, through the Roman Empire. Remember, marriage is not about you anymore. You both activated the supreme law, which is relationship. You both then sworn to give him godly offsprings or face outright destruction when you both failed to produce godly offspring. And that is written in Malachi chapter 2. Di ba? Why you were made one? In flesh and spirit, they are his. And why one? Because he was seeking godly offspring. So remember, when you enter into a relationship, you are now under the marriage laws, the natural law, the supreme laws of God. And you are not entitled to your excuses or everything. There's a Harvard study conducted for 75 years. You will find that in YouTube. It's a 12-minute video, a study about the human
Human
happiness,
happiness.
human happiness. They say that the happiest and healthiest people on earth are those who invested in relationships, not those who invested in crypto, in stocks, stock trading, or whatever. Those who invested only in relationships. And you start that within the home before
Mhm.
you can start building relationship with your friends and relatives. You start first in the home. The process of God, the step by step, is very crucial. You have
Mhm.
to we have to follow the step by step process for us to enjoy a peaceful life. The study says start it with your family, then to your neighbors, then to the community. That's the study there. You can watch that. You can watch that in YouTube. So things we cannot control, which may affect your family, the acts of nature, we cannot control that. The unemployment, the inflation, the bad economy, the business losses, the mind of others, the pandemic, we cannot control them. But
Yeah.
there are things that we can control to strengthen our foundation. What are those? Your
Our attitude.
emotions, your attitude, you can control that, your perspective in life, your
Mhm.
choices in life, and they shall become your destiny. So whatever kind of mindset that we have now determines the kind of life that we will have in the future. So it's very important for you to have the right mindset because things that are under our control can be perfected with the right process. And our future is totally in our hands, fathers. Those who continue to destroy our foundation forget one thing. When natural products are involved, natural laws apply. So happy life, happy marriage, happy family is a choice. It's a decision to make. You want to have a happy life? It's a decision to make. You want to have a happy marriage? Decide on it together. It's a choice. So if you have the same choice like us, focus on that happy family life you have in your mind. How? By staying on course, just stay on your lane, straight ahead, focus lang. Whatever will disturb you in that focus, don't waste time for it. The fate of the next generation lies in us, husbands, fathers, with a supportive and submissive wife and mother. It is possible. That's my family picture.
Mhm.
That's
Ocean
beautiful.
adventure.
Diba? Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for your
And
time.
I hope you learned a lot.
Mhm.
Watch out for my book soon. Tamang guide sa
Oh, okay.
pakikipag-iwalay. Your legal and not so illegal guide for separation.
Oh,
And the other one, how not to make your wife ask for an annulment. These are forthcoming books. I'm in the middle already of this book.
okay.
And they will all be translated into different languages. And the advocacy is to build the kingdom of heaven. Your family is the kingdom of God on earth. So my
Mm,
sincere prayers for the success of your marriage, Stephen and Joanne.
thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Any questions so far?
Oh, that's your brother, right?
Yes, that's my twin.
Oh,
Steven doesn't know
uh,
this man, so he
you
will
don't
be.
know him, Stephen?
He's an actor.
Yeah, he's a Philippine actor. Okay. Can you look for me here, Stephen? Where am I here in the picture, Stephen?
microphone?
Si Joanne, nalito yata si Joanne. Nalito ka,
Yeah,
Joanne?
I don't know. Are you on the right side, top right side?
Okay. So, yan, we met. We finally met after learning that we pose the same, that we pose in on the picture the same with the same attitude. So, did you learn more about marriage?
Yeah, for me, I think what you just shared is basically a lot of reminders, or I can say refreshers of all the basic principles, especially on relationship and marriage. I really appreciate that because I think because Stephen and I were have finished basically premarital counseling inside our church. So this one, I one thing that what's this interests me to hear from just to hear from others outside the church is this because I think your sessions are very different. It requires, for you to share about the laws, a country, how other people are doing it. Because I think for us, Stephen and I has this vision of ministering to people in time. And for us, if we don't know all these things that you have just shared, probably it will be just, all ideas, but you have shared to us a lot of case studies, problems, movies, and all those links. And that made us, realize and be reminded about the reality of the world we live in every day. And yeah, the contrast of what a perfect marriage could be or of having, this broken marriage. So I think you just framed it accordingly on how people can understand what marriage should be in the future for both husbands and wives.
I
Thank you, Miss
agree that
Joanne.
if there is a design, there must be a designer. If there is
Yes.
a creation, there must be a creator. And so
Yeah,
we
I
have
like
a
that too.
product, somebody has the owner's manual. And for us, for marriage, yes, the Bible. The Bible is our north. The Bible is our standard because that is God's standard.
Thank you, Stephen. One
I have
last
a
thing.
question.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
go ahead, go ahead.
One of case study one, why did you want us, well, for me, because I'm a
Oh
foreigner,
yeah, that is his questions.
and why did you
Mm,
want us to watch Blow? I've never even heard of it. I did see it because it was a case study. Why did you want us to watch a movie
that is
about a drug dealer that goes to jail?
the reason,
Uh-huh.
it's about parenting.
Okay.
Parenting.
The
Okay.
environment that you create for your child
Okay.
will mold his character.
Mm, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And so in closing, I'd like to quote Jesus.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus said, I have not come to abolish the law
The law.
and the prophets.
Mm-hmm.
The grace was provided for us to align ourselves to the standards of the kingdom. So let us not overuse grace. We are only entitled to one violation, or we should not even violate. So that grace was provided for us to go back to the standards He provided from the very beginning. So once again, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much.
And
and
yeah, send us a copy when you can. Greatly
yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, sure, sure. And hope you can also share that to others. And quote, don't forget to quote me that it came from me, huh? Thank you once again, Joanne.
Thank you,
Stephen,
Mr.
enjoy.
Angelo. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Stephen. Enjoy your lunch and hope to see you someday.
Okay.
Sure.
Sige.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Ay,
Um,
picture. Let's have a picture. Ay,
oh,
sayang.
let me call Joanne.
Oh, sorry, I
Okay.
forgot.
Okay. Come back
Baby,
to
are you there? Baby, andiyan ka?
Zoom. Come back
Picture,
to Zoom.
picture tayo.
Picture time.
Yeah, with Joanne.
Okay. Hi. It is Paula.
Baka nag-CR na
Okay.
si Joanne.
I'll let her know that we are waiting for her. Okay, she's coming back on.
Okay, thank you. I forgot eh. What time is it now there, Stephen?
It is 9:15 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So as soon as we're done, I'm gonna have dinner.
Okay. Enjoy dinner. Hi, Joanne. Sorry, ha. Sorry.
Bye.
I forgot the photo shoot.
I thought we're not having a photo shoot anymore.
I forgot. I'm very focused on the last line. Okay. Ready.
Thank you.
One, two, three. Okay. One, two, three. Wave. One, two,
Hey,
three. Okay. Thank
thank
you. Thank you.
you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.